What is death? Well, finally, we've come to this ultimate of questions, which I want to answer for you here very clearly, without equivocation. But I hope you can appreciate the depth of this topic and how tricky and challenging it is. And some of the things I'm going to say here are very advanced insights, some of the most advanced insights that you can have about life, reality, and self. And some of the things I'm going to say are going to sound outrageous, are going to sound insane, are going to sound impossible. And yet, they're true, and you can discover for yourself that they're true. So anything that I'm about to say that sounds far-fetched to you, that sounds Looney Tunes to you, that sounds fantastical and impossible, just understand that, first of all, I'm not saying it from a position of ideology or belief. This is not a belief system of mine, number one. Number two, I'm not expecting you to adopt this as an ideology or as a belief system of yours. That's not the intent of this communication. This is, if anything I say has any validity whatsoever, you can validate it for yourself in your own direct experience. And so that's the place that I'm speaking from. If it sounds incredible, that's because it is. It's highly incredible, and yet nonetheless, you can still validate it for yourself without needing to believe me. So, here we go. Do you really want to know what is death? What is death? Well, first, before I tell you, see, the biggest mistake people make about death is they take death for granted as a given. And they also assume, first of all, they assume that there is such a thing as death, that death is real. Secondly, they assume that it's impossible to know what comes with death or after death. And that anybody who tells you that they know what death is or what comes after death, that these people are deluded, that they're religious nutcases, that they just have beliefs, that they're just speculating, that they just have theories, or that they don't want to face the harsh realities of the emptiness of death or the unknown. They don't want to say that they don't know, so therefore they just make stuff up, right? This is the standard assumption. But this assumption needs to be questioned. Because when you truly admit that you don't know something, that's not the same thing as saying that it's never possible to know something. So, if right now you honestly don't have a direct experience of what death is, you're not conscious of it, that's fine, that's perfectly fine. That's most people in life are in that situation. If you find yourself in that situation, be honest. And tell yourself, I don't know what death is. That's great. That's a great, honest place to start from. But it's a very gross mistake of epistemology to make the additional leap or conclusion where you then say, well, and therefore, because I don't know right now, that it's impossible to know, and that nobody could ever know. That's not something you have a direct experience of. You don't know that it's impossible to know. You just assume so. So I want you to be conscious that you've assumed that your whole life. Also, I want you to be conscious that you have assumed that death is a real thing. Isn't that interesting? Isn't it interesting that it never occurred to you in your entire life, nor anybody around you? None of your family members, none of your friends, none of your teachers, none of your professors, none of your clergy people, none of your scientists even, that you learned from. It has never occurred to you or to any of these people to ever sit down and question the validity of the notion of death. See, a lot of people will act skeptical to my proclamations here that I'm going to make in a minute about what death is. And they'll say, oh, Leo, but you're just a blind believer and you don't really You're not skeptical enough. Really? I'm not skeptical enough, or you're not skeptical enough? Have you actually been skeptical about death? Why do you think death is real? Why do you assume that? You think that death is a scientifically proven fact? Or is death something that you're interpreting? Is death maybe something you're projecting onto reality? Why do you assume it's real? See, all of this is taken for granted. Death is just assumed to be a fact. Well, that's not actually the case. So, what happens when you actually die? When you actually die, you dissolve into an ocean of infinite love and consciousness. So what death is it's several things. I just want to state it very clearly here, and then we'll go into depth elaborating upon all these different formulations of death that I'm going to give you. So death is equivalent to infinite love, number one. Death is equivalent to infinite consciousness, number two. Death is equivalent to God, number three. Death is immortality, number four. Death is paradise or heaven, number five. All of these are synonymous, just different facets, different ways of looking at what death is, but they all come together. There's no contradiction between these. They all come together. Death is, what are we, number six now? I don't know, remember the number. Death is complete non-duality, complete formlessness, a total lack of identity of any kind, the collapsing of all dualities. And so the biggest mindfuck of life is to discover that death is actually infinite love. Because that's the last thing that you expect death to be. We as humans, because we're so terrified of death, we demonize death, that we think that death is going to be the worst thing that's ever happened to us. It's the worst possible thing that can happen to you, right? Everything else in life, all the other terrible stuff that can happen to you in life, is all relative to sort of the absoluteness of death. That's how we tend to think of things. And we spend our whole life trying to avoid death. Almost everything we do is predicated upon the need to avoid death. But if you think about it, if you ask yourself, why am I so afraid of death? Why are humans so afraid of death? If we don't know what it is, if none of us have ever experienced it, as many of us claim, and in fact, if we say it's impossible to know what death is, that sort of conventional wisdom, if that's the case, how do you know that death isn't the greatest thing that's ever going to happen to you in your life? You don't. You assume it's the worst. When someone close to you dies, you cry for them and you assume it's the worst thing that could happen to them. When your dog or your cat dies, you assume it's the worst thing that could happen to them. When you see death on the news, when you're watching some war zone and you're seeing bodies getting carried out in body bags, you think, well, this is terrible. People's lives have been cut short, and how unfair life is that these people have died prematurely. Children have died, and innocent animals have been killed, and all this sort of stuff, right? But if you don't know what death is, and you don't, by your own admission, if you're honest, then why do you ascribe all this negativity to it? Can you see that there's nothing scientific or objective or factual about what you're doing? You're assigning a meaning and interpretation to something you have no idea what it really is. See? Can you see how that could be a problem? Can you see how your own irrational fear of death distorts and skews your perception of reality? After all, why do you fear death? Is there something objectively bad about you, let's say, ceasing to exist, if that's what you believe death is? What's bad about that? Well, objectively, neutrally speaking, of course, nothing. The reason it seems bad to you is because it seems bad to you, because you're selfish. See, and you have a self-biased perspective on reality. And so everything that you judge to be bad, the whole notion of bad, is completely relative to the ultimate thing that you call bad, which is what you've called death, or the end of your survival. The end of yourself. But what if the self and survival, that this is just a self-bias you have, that there's nothing important or special or even good about it? You see? So you see, to really appreciate what I'm talking about here, you need to have watched my episode called Self-Bias and also Understanding Survival Part 1 and Part 2. Because what we're really getting at here is we're getting to the very core of self-bias. Self-bias is how your own selfishness distorts your perception of reality. And so one of the chief problems of self-bias is that when you're self-biased, you're selfish basically, everything you look at gets distorted through the lens of the self, of what your self needs. And what you need is to keep surviving as the self you believe that you are, whatever that is. See? And so you might say, well, Leo, what's the problem with that? I mean, I got to survive, don't I? To a certain extent, you do. But also the problem with that is, what's the cost of looking at the world in a selfish way? The cost of looking at the world in a selfish way is that you don't see it for what it really is. You only see it for how it can serve you. Well, the ultimate cost of that is that if you believe that you are a self and you identify with being some particular self, and you're now engaging in survival your entire life, defending and protecting that self, well, this process can't last forever. It's a finite process. It has to end at some point. And so therefore now you have committed yourself to fighting against that end your whole life. But also at the back of your mind, you know that end is coming. You sense it's coming and you're afraid of it. And see, now, if you look at the universe as though it has a beginning, or you look at your own life as though it has a beginning, necessarily, because that's a duality, it's going to also have the end of that beginning. You can't have a beginning without an end, and you can't have an end without a beginning. See? So just by thinking that you as an individual being had a beginning, necessarily that means there's going to be an end to it. See? And ordinarily what we assume is just we assume that, well, of course, how else could it be? Yeah, I have a life, I have a beginning, and then I have an end. So this is totally natural and normal, and this is just how reality is. But what if that's not how reality is? What if that is a function of how the mind looks at reality? What if death is not a physical event? What if death is a construction of the mind? What if your birth and your life was a construction of the mind? What then? See, this is a radical, counterintuitive possibility which isn't possible and can't be taken seriously under the materialist paradigm. And that's one of the key limitations of the materialist paradigm. Under the scientific, rationalist, materialist paradigm, as the story goes, there's a physical external reality. We are beings within that reality. We are conscious within that reality, but ultimately our consciousness hinges upon physical factors: atoms, molecules, brains, neurons, biology, genetics, and evolution, and many of these kind of physical stuff. So we ground ourselves in that. And then we believe that, oh, well, death is just a physical process. All physical things die. And you can't do anything about it. And you can't escape it. And so the only solution is to just accept it. But that's assuming that the materialist paradigm is true. What if it's not true? What if there is no external reality? What if there never was? What if that's just concepts and ideas? What if that is a part of how you invented yourself as a self? You see, to really understand how death works, you have to understand how life works and how birth works, because you can't have death without birth. And of course, we take birth for granted as a biological process. It's not a biological process. It's a process of constructing an identity. To be alive at all, you need to construct an identity. Identity is not a scientific fact. Identity is something you construct. And identity is a totally relativistic notion. This is another mistake that materialists make and common sense makes, is we tend to think that, well, I'm a human, I'm this biological organism sitting here, what else could I be? Or like a dog is a dog, and a cat is a cat, and a tree is a tree, and when a tree dies, a tree dies, and when a cat dies, a cat dies, and when a dog dies, a dog dies, and when a human dies, a human dies. No. A tree was never born to begin with. A tree doesn't think of itself as a tree. You think of a tree as a tree. When you say that a tree dies, you are the one who is projecting death onto that tree, and you are the one who's even projecting the identity of a tree being a tree onto the tree. There is no tree. There's colors and shapes and sounds, but there's no such thing as an entity called a tree. Not from the point of view of the tree. This is the key you have to understand here to understand death. See? Identity is the key to death and to life. What you identify as is totally relative and arbitrary. You could identify with being a playboy. You can identify with being gay. You can identify with being black. You can identify with being President of the United States. You can identify with being shy and introverted. You can identify with being wealthy and successful. You can identify with being a human or an alien or a spiritual being or an animal or whatever. There's no limit to what you can identify yourself to be. And you have many layers of identification to you. So you identify with being human, most likely. You identify with being male or female. You identify with being successful or not successful. And maybe you identify with your career, and you identify with your family, and you identify with your race, and you identify with your, we already said gender, maybe your nation, being American or Japanese or Norwegian or whatever. See, these are all layers to your identity. And perhaps most fundamentally, you identify with being a living entity, a biological entity. That might be your most fundamental identity. See? Well, what if these things were not facts, but things your own mind constructed? So what I mean here is this, the following radical thing. See if you can accept this in your mind as a possibility. That what I'm telling you is, if you stopped telling yourself that you are a man or a woman, or black or white, or even human, or even a biological thing, if you stopped telling yourself that you are any of those things, you would never have been born, is what I'm telling you. Can you open your mind to that possibility? That your birth was not a biological process. You telling yourself that your birth was a biological process is part of the identity that you created. You see, because if you can create an identity where your identity is not something you created, but is, in your mind, you tell yourself, is something that is biological and external and out of your hands. It's not something you did. It's something that happened to you. It's something that's a biological, physical fact. If you create that kind of identity for yourself as a human, and you furthermore, you add that it couldn't be any other way. This is just what's true. This is reality, you tell yourself. If you construct that identity, that is your identity. And it's going to feel to you as though you're a real, living, biological human who was born and who's going to die. And that there's no other way it could be. Are you open to such a possibility? This is in fact what you did. This is in fact what you're doing. See, staying alive is not something you just did once. You do it every single moment. And what I'm telling you is that if you keep telling yourself every single day that, well, here I am, I'm a human, I'm alive, I've got a name, whatever your name is, I've got a gender, I'm a Christian or I'm a Muslim, or I'm a scientist, or I'm an atheist, or I'm a skeptic, or whatever you believe you are, if you keep telling yourself that, that is how you maintain your birth. And what I'm suggesting to you is the following. If you stopped telling yourself those things, you would die. Which is precisely why it's not in your interest to understand the things that I'm saying here. Because if you understood the things that I'm saying here, it would be a serious threat to you. So again, what is death? Death is the end of your identification with whatever you identify with. If you identify with being rich, and then you lose all your wealth, and then you get the idea in your mind that you're never going to be wealthy again because you're just no good and you suck, and because, you know, that wealth was just a one-time fluke, you're never going to get back, and that you're destined to be a poor person. Literally what's happening, in a sense, is that a part of you is dying when that happens. Now, of course, not the human biological part, because remember, I said there's many layers to your identity. So just because you lose the top layer, the surface layer of you being some wealthy billionaire, you lose that. And when you lose that, notice you're going to go through a mourning process, very similar to the process people go through when they lose a loved one or a pet. There's going to be a mourning process of losing your millions of dollars and your reputation and your identity as being a wealthy hotshot. But you'll get over it. You'll get over it. And then your identity will change. It'll become something else. Now, this is still surface level stuff. If we keep digging lower and lower and lower, we get to the very core of your identity. Your identity of being a human being who was born. If somehow you manage to question that identity and to deconstruct it and to completely let it go, what would happen is that you would die. I don't mean that you would stop seeing colors and shapes. Your identity would die. And from that point on, if you never thought again in your life going forward, if you never thought again the idea of, I am a human, if you never thought that anymore, if you even removed the word I from your vocabulary from that point on, you never thought anymore, it would be as though you were never born in the first place. Life would go on, You would eat. You would go to the bathroom. You could even go to work. But it would be as though you were never born. This stuff would be happening, but it wouldn't be your identity anymore. This body would be doing stuff. It would be talking. It would be thinking even. It would be moving its hands and doing stuff. But it would be like you're dead inside. Your identity is gone. But then you might wonder, well, in that case, what would I actually be? What would be my identity? Like, let's say I remove all layers, all the artificial layers of the identity. I remove my gender, I remove my race, I remove my wealth, I remove my career, I remove my family, I remove even my biology. What's left? What's left then is your true identity. Your identity before anything is constructed. This is what we call the true self. Capital T, capital S, or the self. Capital T, capital S, the self. This is an identity of null. It's a null identity. It's nothing. It's emptiness. It's pure consciousness. Empty consciousness, formless consciousness. And at the same time, it's infinite. It's everything. So whatever is arising is you. But also, if it doesn't arise, that's also you. It doesn't matter whether something arises or doesn't arise, it's all you. Now you might say, okay, Leo, fine, but what about actual death? What about physical death? No, you're not getting it. When you tell yourself, but what about actual death? What about physical death? You're imagining that. There's no such thing as physical death. The distinction you draw between some sort of psychological death and the actual physical death, that's part of your identity. That's what you use that distinction to construct your identity, because then you say, well, I exist on this end where the actual death happens. That's what's real. And then this thing here, this psychological mumbo jumbo that Leo is talking about, that's the unreal stuff. This is just philosophy. This is just intellectual mental masturbation. This is the domain where science happens, and this is the domain of bullshit religious nonsense. If you make that distinction, that is the identity that you've constructed for yourself. So you got to remove that distinction. The distinction between the mental and the physical. This needs to go. If you want to understand what death is. So, it's possible for you to become conscious of or to experience death without actually, what we would say, physically dying. The body doesn't need to die for you to become conscious of what death is. And the reason that's possible is because you never were the body. The body is an identity you constructed for yourself. So you can unconstruct, you can deconstruct that identity, and you can experience what death is. Become conscious of what death is without having to undergo physical death. You don't need to shoot yourself or harm yourself. See? If you actually were the body, if that was your ultimate identity, then you would have to actually physically harm yourself in order to understand what death is. But that was just a materialist assumption that was never deeply questioned. Now we've questioned it, and when we question it deep enough, we get to the point where we realize that, oh, I don't even need to do that to die. See? And so in this way, what becomes possible is for you to die, as they say, die before you die. Die before the body dies. You might wonder, Leo, how do you know? How do you know this is true? Well, this is not a belief that I hold, of course, This is something I've directly become conscious of and that I've experienced. I've died many times, and I've gone through this process to the point where it's not even a big deal anymore to die, because you just know what death is. You're conscious of what it is. In fact, there's no distinction between life and death. So you can become so conscious that you realize that when you die, you don't go anywhere because there's nowhere to go. Because the idea that there's a here and a there, like while I'm alive, I'm here, but when I'm dead, I'll be somewhere else. This idea of being here or there, this is a duality in and of itself. There is no here or there. Everywhere is one place. Everywhere is nowhere. So try to maybe look at it from this perspective. Try to imagine that you were never actually born, and that even though you think you were born, you're sitting there right now, but right now, everything you've ever experienced, your whole life, that you've called your life and you've called birth and all this, that all of this has been death the entire time. So imagine that this video, my voice is speaking to you. I'm speaking to you in your death. You're already dead because you were never alive. You were only alive as an idea. That idea, alive, that's part of the identity you constructed for yourself. See? And when you quote unquote die, you're not gonna go anywhere. You're gonna be right here. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. Of course, these are very uncomfortable truths that nobody wants to admit. See, as a society, we've demonized death so badly. As a society, we've created a cultural reality out of death. Literally, we've brainwashed ourselves. Millions and billions of people have come together to brainwash ourselves that death is bad and horrible and terrible, and that we should avoid it at all costs. And why have we done so? Because if we didn't do so, we wouldn't be here to talk about it. This is what survival entails. This is the core lie at the heart of survival. This is the core falsehood of survival, is that survival is fighting furiously to defend something which is completely unreal. Imagine that. What would you do with yourself? How would you live life if you realized that death was completely unreal and was just a social construction? If you no longer had fear of death, how might that change your attitude towards life, towards work, towards relationships? What would you do? Would there be anything left to fear anymore after you've realized that death is an illusion? You see, fear is a hell of a powerful tool of self-deception. Because if you think about it, let's say there was some deep, profound truth that the devil wanted to hide from you. If we imagine a devil. The devil wants to hide this truth from humanity. How would the devil hide this truth? Would he bury it in the middle of the earth? Would he shoot it into outer space where nobody could get to it? How would he hide it from mankind? He would just simply veil it in fear. That's it. Because anything that mankind deeply, deeply fears, mankind doesn't explore. And what does mankind fear more than death? Nothing. Death is the ultimate thing that mankind fears. So it's very easy for the devil to hide truth simply by cloaking it in fear and calling it death. And that's exactly what the devil has done, metaphorically speaking, is the devil has labeled the most truest thing there is, truth with capital T, love with capital L, infinity with capital I, God with capital G, has labeled that death. And so you might wonder, well, Leo, why is enlightenment such a secret, and why are so few people enlightened? It's very simple. You might wonder, why is there no evidence of God? Because you've called God death. You might wonder, Leo, where is this love? You keep talking about infinite love. Where is the infinite love? I don't see it. Because you've called it death. Do you see how tricky you are? This is the very heart of devilry, what we're talking about here. This is the most fundamental deception that the devil does. The devil needs to pervert the truth and call it falsehood, and turn falsehood and call it into truth. Then, only then, from that core self-deception, only from that place can survival happen and life can happen. If this core self-deception isn't in place, there can't be life as we know it. There can't be humanity. Death is truth. Death is love. Death is infinity. Death is God. Death is consciousness. Death is selflessness. And what you call life, that's selfishness. That's falsehood. That's delusion. That's identification. That's attachment. That's construction. That's fantasy. That's illusion. That's imagination. That's hallucination. That's survival. That's self-bias. You might wonder, how on earth could death be infinite love? I'm not talking about some petty human love here. I'm not merely talking about the feelings of love. I'm not talking about romantic love. I'm talking about existential love. I've explained it before in my episodes about what is love, part 1 and part 2. I've explained also what truth is in my episode about what is truth. I've explained what consciousness is in my episode about what is consciousness. I've explained what God is in my episode about what is God, part 1 and 2. So see, now we're bringing all these together. Love is nothingness. Love is infinite freedom. Love is formless consciousness. So when you die, literally what happens, and it doesn't matter whether this will happen to you through an awakening experience, through enlightenment, or this will happen to you on a psychedelic, or if this happens to you at the moment of your body's physical dying, whichever it happens on. For most of you, it'll be when your body physically dies. What'll happen is that your identity will completely dissolve. So this little contracted identity that you've developed over your lifetime, this will completely dissolve and you will melt and merge into the entire universe. You will become absolutely one and indistinguishable from everything else. And with this, your life will end. And you will become infinite. You will become totally formless. You will become the Godhead. And this very process of dissolution into total, absolute selflessness, this is the process of infinite love. This is the pinnacle of infinite love. So the tragedy of life, the beauty of life, is that we struggle for 80 years. We're born and then we struggle for 80 years thinking that we're struggling against death, and we're struggling against fear, and we're struggling against all the obstacles in life that interfere with our ability to have a good life. We struggle against all that. Finally, we lose that whole struggle and we die, and we think to ourselves that, oh man, this is going to be the worst thing ever. And Everything beautiful about life is going to be gone. Everything wonderful is going to be gone. And it's just going to be a bleak, empty nothingness, some sort of void of nihilism. Or maybe you tell yourself that you're going to go to heaven, some sort of afterlife in the clouds with 72 virgins and other sorts of materialistic images like that. And you tell yourself how terrible it would be if there wasn't a heaven. You tell yourself, oh, well, Leo, if there's not this beautiful heaven with the pearly gates and the 72 virgins, then it's just going to be blank, empty nothingness, and it's going to be terrible. It's going to be the worst. Like, what kind of cruel, evil God would create such a reality where instead of going to heaven, I would just end up in an existential, nihilistic void forever. But what you don't realize is that is infinite love. That is the very essence of heaven. Heaven is not a material place. Heaven is the total absence of self. It's completely becoming unlimited. Unlimited in every way. That's infinite love. That's heaven. That's nirvana. That's paradise. It's total formlessness. And while it's threatening to us as little egos, as little formed entities, it's threatening to us because it dissolves us. We lose all of our shape when this happens. Actually, what you discover in that process is you discover that is your true form. That is the happiest you'll ever be. That is the freest you'll ever be. This is existence and reality and goodness and love in its most pure form. In otherwise, completely formless. It's almost like, imagine we have a little bit of water. Let's say we have a liter of water here on Earth, and we can put it into different containers. We can put it into a tall glass, into a wide, flat dish. We can put it into various shapes depending on the containers it takes, because, the water is fluid. We can even freeze it and carve it into some sort of sculpture. And here we have this ice sculpture. And there it is in its particular form. But then what happens is if we take this water and we just throw it out into the middle of empty outer space, the water just, what does it become? It just becomes a blob, an amorphous blob. We might imagine a sphere. Especially if it's like warmed up a little bit by the sun, just becomes like liquid water and just floats in a vacuum in 0G. And so it doesn't have any shape because it's being pulled equally in all directions, perfectly equally. Let's imagine this kind of scenario. And it's liquid water, or you could imagine liquid mercury, whatever, so that it's still liquid even if it's out in the middle of space. It's cold out there, but whatever. So it's liquid, and it's a perfect sphere. See? And you might say, well, this is terrible from the point of view of an ice sculpture, because an ice sculpture needs to maintain a particular form. Otherwise, it stops being that. Literally, it dies if you break it apart into some other shape. But also, you could think of it as the following. You could think of it as when the water becomes a perfect sphere and loses all of its shape, that's when it's most essentially what it really is. It's amorphous. That is its truest nature. See, water is not an ice sculpture. Water is not tall. Water is not shallow. Water is not short. Water is not wide. Water is not a cube. Water is amorphous. That's its essence. See? And so that's all that really death is you're going from a particular shape that you've constructed and identified yourself with being, to being amorphous, being infinite, being omnipresent. And of course, to do this and to live from this place, and it is possible to live from this place, you don't need to actually physically die. To live from such a place, you would have to have no identity whatsoever. By having no identity, you have an infinite identity, which means you're completely universal. And you're completely detached from any particular form. Now you can appreciate why the great sages and mystics and religious teachers have told you from the very beginning that attachment is the enemy of the spiritual path. And, Going back all the way to Jesus in the Bible, he talks about how it's easier for, it's as hard for a rich man to get into heaven as it is for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle, you see. So why does he say that? Because the rich man is attached to all these material attachments, to his success, to his wealth, to his power and fame, and all his accumulated houses and cars and all this sort of stuff. While you're attached to all those things, you can't become totally formless. You can't realize your total formless identity. And so you're always stuck in that particular form. And you think that form is so great, but what you don't realize is how great it is to lose all form altogether. And you're terrified. Not only do you not realize this, you're completely terrified of it. So no matter how much I sit here and I tell you about how death is absolute love, and it's infinity, and it's God, and it's beautiful, and it's wonderful, and it's the best thing that'll ever happen to you, no matter how much I tell you all that, it doesn't matter. Because you're utterly terrified of it. Because you're so attached to your particular form. And you think that I'm just bullshitting you. Or you think that, well, what if Leo was wrong? So no amount of my talking will get you to surrender your attachments. For that to happen, you would actually have to go through a process of death, of self-deconstruction and self-annihilation. You'd have to go through that process, and that process will be terrifying for you, most likely, because most of us are terrified of death. Why are we terrified of death? Because we have to be in order to be alive as these chimp-like human creatures. See? We're in a bind. We're damned if we do and damned if we don't. Because if all of us were not afraid of death, we couldn't be here talking about it. Because to be here talking about it, we have to create form. We have to create a society. We have to create a culture. We have to create technology. We have to live long enough to have children so that they can pass on information, pass on knowledge, build more technology, resulting in the communication systems we have today so that I could deliver this message to you. None of this would be possible if you were totally formless and I was totally formless. But then again, none of it would be necessary either. Because what's the whole point of this communication? It's to ultimately get you to realize your total formlessness. So you might wonder, why does it need to be this way? Well, it does. I mean, it's a circle. It's a never-ending, infinite circle. See, the form which reality creates then ultimately leads to the unification and depolarization of all form and all dualities, which ultimately merges back in total unity. And then once that unity is accomplished, then that unity breaks apart, it polarizes itself, splits itself into dualities, creates form, creates life, creates reality, creates animals, creates humans, creates your life, creates technology, all of this. And then, of course, once that all's here, then it needs to come back together and unify again. And this is all that reality is. It's a polarization and depolarization process. It's a process of division and unification. So, your birth was a process of division, and your death is a process of unification. And of course, the ultimate mindfuck of it all is that there's no difference between division and unification. They're totally identical. They're two sides of the same coin. You see, and you are all of that. You are the division and you are the unification. You are the birth and you are the death. So by going all the way meta, what you realize that all this is just a process happening inside of you, the universal you, the formless you. You see? And that all of this is just a manifestation of love. This is what love is, infinite love. Ta-da! This is what you see all around you. Infinite love manifesting itself, both in polarized and non-polarizing forms. Through division and through unification. And this goes on to infinity forever. All the way down and all the way up. Forever. It's a fractal of infinite love. And you can realize this directly because this is what you are. You're not separated from it. So, The greatest irony and tragedy of human life is that we all live in such terror of death, and what we don't realize as humans is that death is a total illusion. Actually, death will be the most beautiful end of your life. It'll be the most beautiful thing that has ever happened to you. Now, of course, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying here that if you torture a person, that he's going to sit there and enjoy it. Of course not. So the actual circumstances by which you come to die, those can be horrific and torturous and very painful, and can lead to a lot of suffering. You know, if you're going through the process of being tortured before you're dead, that's going to be hell. But the actual moment of your death, that's going to be the pinnacle of life. See, that's going to be your life coming completely full circle, and you merging back into your true nature, and you becoming the truth, you becoming the entire universe, you losing your identity completely. See? And so the tragedy and irony of it all is that we humans have invented so many elaborate schemes and systems to avoid becoming the most beautiful thing that there is. And the reason that in all these schemes and systems, I'm talking about crimes, businesses, relationships, families, sexuality, entertainment, movies, video games, social media, politics, governments, war, all of that is just a delay tactic to avoid infinite love. Because the infinite love is so deep and so profound that it completely eclipses your ability to exist as a finite thing whatsoever. That's how good reality is. So while we might think that, oh my God, I'm depressed, or something bad happened in my life, we might think, oh, why does life have to be so terrible? No. Life is so terrible precisely because life is infinite love. But it's precisely because life is infinite love that it's so epic in its goodness that if you were to see its full goodness, you would cease to exist and nobody would even know that you existed. So if you want to exist, you have to actively deny infinite love. And that's literally what you've been doing your whole life. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. You'd already be gone. You'd have already merged into infinite love. So the only ones of us that are here in humanity and in society that are talking about life and reality and science and all this stuff are the ones who are terrified of infinite love, because those of us who weren't, we're already dead. We're gone. We're out of here. You can't talk to those people. They're already in infinite love. And of course, going to infinite love is not, don't imagine it as going some other place, like some sort of super hidden dimension somewhere. No. Going into infinite love is right here, right now. All of this. So when your grandmother dies, or your grandfather dies, or your parents die, or your children dies, or your children die, or your pet dies, your friend dies, what happens? Literally, they become you. This right here, everything is here. Your grandparents' consciousness, your mother's consciousness, your father's consciousness, your children's consciousness, your dog's, your cat's consciousness. All the consciousnesses of all the people who have ever lived is right here, right now, in your consciousness. But you are separating yourself from that because you need to create an identity of being a self. Which is why you've created in the first place these ideas of my grandparents' consciousness, my mom's consciousness, my dog's consciousness, other people, Hitler from the past, or Caesar, from the Roman times, who's long dead. You think that these people have gone somewhere. They haven't gone anywhere. They're right here. Only their forms have disappeared. And you think that those people are dead only because in your mind, you're attached to their forms. See? Caesar is right here. Hitler is right here. Anyone who's ever died in your life is right here. Nothing has happened to them. Nothing bad has ever happened to anybody in reality. That's the truth of death. And of course, this will all be radically denied, totally denied by society, by your family, by your friends, by your own mind. And I will be called a devil for saying this. I will be called evil for saying this. I will be called a monster. I will be called deluded. I will be called a cult leader. I will be called insane. I will be called religious and woo-woo and new agey for saying all these things. And why would I be called all those? Precisely because everything I said here has to be denied if you want to continue living life as a finite being. Which is why this is not going to be taught to you in school. You're not going to read it in some textbook. You won't see this on the evening news. No one is going to validate this for you. Nor should you believe me because, hey, the things I'm saying are pretty outlandish. What if I'm wrong? What if I am deluded? What if I am crazy? What if I am a criminal? You don't know. From your point of view, you know nothing. So if you believe me, it gets you nowhere. You're still stuck being a finite being. And if you don't believe me, that's even worse. If you're sitting there doubting me, well, that also gets you nowhere. You're still a finite being, still stuck in the delusion of thinking that there's death. So death really is a relativistic notion. What dies is your identity. From the absolute point of view, nothing dies. It's all just an infinitely reincarnating fountain. God is just a shapeshifter. It shapeshifts through an infinite number of forms. And it's not attached to any particular form, therefore it lives forever. It can't die. It's immortal. I remember the first time I became aware of the possibility of immortality. This happened long before I actually awoke and realized it personally. But, we got to start somewhere. So usually the way this process works is that you hear stories of immortality and you think that they're just stories. Until one day you hear enough of these stories that a possibility, a radical new possibility opens up in your mind. That maybe they're not just stories. Maybe that immortality is actually possible. Not as a science fiction scenario where your brain gets uploaded into some computer. No. Actually possible as a function of changing how you perceive reality. That is the key insight that is necessary. That won't get you where you need to be. That's just the key insight that opens the door through which then it's a long corridor. You have to walk through that before you actually reach immortality. So, but that initial opening of the door is a critical step. And I can explain when I first realized this. This was years before I actually awoke. I think I was reading some sort of Zen parable, those Zen koans and things, Zen stories, which are kind of fun and cute to read. And I was reading this story where, in this story, they were talking about a forest, trees in a forest. And this story said something along the lines of, if a tree identifies with being a tree, and that tree in that forest is cut down, that's the end of that tree. But if the tree identifies with being not a tree, but the entire forest, and one of the trees in the forest is cut down, the forest is immortal and it can never die. And when I read that, that was my first clue as to this being a real possibility. Because I realized at that point that what if my whole life is just like that tree? What if I'm misidentifying? If I switched my identity from being that of a human, this body, to that of being the entire universe, if I could make that shift in identity, that might be enough to make me immortal. And sure enough, that's the case. Now you might say, oh, Leo, but what if they cut down the whole forest? If you cut down the whole forest, then it's all dead. And so your immortality fails. That's correct, because this is just an analogy. Every analogy has its limits. So in this analogy, if you did cut down the whole forest, that would be the end. Because you identify with being a forest. A forest is still a finite, limited, formed thing. So for you to truly become immortal, you would have to not identify with being a forest. You'd have to identify with being infinite, with being the entire universe, with being nothing. Now you might say, Leo, but the universe, even if I expanded somehow my identity, magically expanded it to include the entire universe, still, Leo, doesn't science tell us that the universe will collapse at some point? Or it'll go into some sort of, heat death, or, even the universe might be destroyed. Maybe it gets sucked into some black hole, and then even the universe is gone. That's right. So this is the difference between a universe with a lowercase u and a universe with a capital uppercase U. So when I say universe, when I say identifying with the whole universe, I'm talking about universe as an absolute with an uppercase U. That's not the universe of science. The universe of science is a finite, limited, relativistic, formed thing which will die. It was born and it will die. So if you identify with our particular scientific universe, you're still going to be mortal. You need to identify with being truly infinite. Infinite. Universe is a totality of everything that's ever possible, including all the multiverses and anything else out there beyond our universe, all of that. You got to identify with absolutely everything. That's the only thing that isn't created or destroyed. The totality, the unity, the oneness. If there's any hint of duality in your identification, then you're going to be mortal, because every duality collapses. So you have to go so meta that you transcend any individual dualities and you identify with the entire movement of reality, of consciousness. This polarization and then depolarization, this division and merging. See, you can't identify with any one particular division. You have to be the whole thing. And that's exactly what you'll become at your death. Pretty cool, huh? See, so life is the opposite of cruel. Because what you don't realize is that this whole time you've been here in life, material existence, and your life has been endangered many times, you've suffered, and you've always faced this crippling fear of death, and what if something goes terribly wrong with your children, all this. But what you don't realize is that when something does go terribly wrong with your children, if it does, let's hope it doesn't, but if something does go terribly wrong with your children, what you don't realize as a parent is that your child becomes infinite love. So nothing is lost. You see? That's the beauty of the design of life. Is that all suffering and all setback and all loss is all finite and relative. But the absolute is love and goodness. And it's always that. And so you really have nothing to lose and nothing to fear, but fear itself. The love is so great that you are too finite and weak to handle it. See, that's the tragedy of it. Everything that you think is evil or bad, everything you think that seems to undermine the love of the design of life, that's actually its very evidence. But you don't want to accept that, because as a finite little limited being, from your point of view, you're just attached to survival. That's all you understand is survival. You can't understand infinite love. You can't understand death. It makes no sense to you. Your mind cannot handle the idea of death. So the irony is that it seems as though, well, oh, Leo, the things you're saying here are so outlandish and so unscientific and so mystical. It's so irrational and so full of wishful thinking. And it's like, who are you really kidding here? No, this is truth. And all of your pretenses to science, to materialism, to atheism, to rationalism, all of these ideas and identities that you've constructed about being a realist and being rational and being being hard-nosed and being factual and being objective, all of this is all fantasies. This is all wishful thinking. This is all denial of infinite love. All of your skepticism and doubt, all of your pessimism, all of your depression, all of your criticism, all of this is just a denial of infinite love. And you're going to lose this battle no matter what. Doesn't matter what you believe, doesn't matter how hard you fight, you are guaranteed to lose the battle to infinite love. You're going to melt into infinite love no matter what you do. It doesn't matter. And that is God's mercy for all of its creation. So you're playing a game you can't possibly lose, but you have fooled yourself into thinking you can lose it. And that's why you suffer. And that is the source of all evil. Evil is nothing other than a misperception of the truth. But your consciousness is so finite that you can't help yourself. You don't know how not to misperceive the truth. So this is the situation that we're stuck in. The entire process of life, of human growth, is the process of coming to realize your own finitude and ignorance, your own self-limitation, and then transcending your own self-limitations, your own self-deceptions. That's what all of your life is about, whether you realize it or not. And the extent to which your life becomes good and enjoyable and peaceful is the extent to which you align yourself with this process. And then the extent to which your life is miserable and full of suffering and pain and evil is the extent to which you resist this process, you deny this process, and you act like a stubborn mule and you try to be selfish. And wisdom is aligning yourself with this process and moving directly towards selflessness as soon as you can, without detours, distractions, games, defense mechanisms, and all that other stuff that you do that we call human life. Yeah, it's a hell of a thing. But hey, don't take my word for it. Discover for yourself what is the case. Maybe I'm wrong. You might wonder, well, Leo, what about reincarnation? What about that? From the highest absolute perspective, everything infinitely reincarnates. So, after this body dies, will there be some new body? Of course, probably. I don't know. I don't know the details of what will happen after my own body dies. So I'm not going to make claims about that. I'm talking about the absolute perspective. From the absolute perspective, it doesn't matter what happens to this body. It doesn't matter if I turn into a giraffe, or if I turn into an alien, or if I turn into Hitler. Like, it doesn't matter. Because ultimately, from the absolute perspective, I already am all those things. I'm cycling through the entire chain of being. And so are you, because I am you and you are me. So right now I'm sitting here shooting this video. I'm also sitting there listening to myself talk as you. See? So it doesn't matter unless you think it does. It's relative. So don't get stuck on this idea of a sort of finite, limited reincarnation. Reincarnation is unlimited. You might say, but Leo, how could you possibly know any of this? I died. I died. Through direct experience. And you can too. See, it does you no good to sit there and speculate about this stuff, to theorize about it. Like, oh, well, what if Leo is right? Or what if he's wrong? But I think this will happen. Maybe I'll turn into a giraffe, or maybe I'll turn into an alien, or maybe this happened. This doesn't help. What's necessary, and the only way you can understand what's being communicated here, is by actually dying. Of course, the problem is that this is the last thing you want to do. You don't want to do it. Now you might say, oh, Leo, but if what you're saying is true, why don't you just shoot yourself right now? But that assumes I'm alive to begin with. I've already done it. Many times. So I don't need to shoot myself physically. You're attached to this whole physical thing. You don't need to physically kill yourself, nor, don't get me wrong, I am not advocating that you physically harm your body whatsoever. I don't advocate suicide in the physical sense. What I'm advocating is that you realize that the duality between physical and mental is unreal and imaginary. That's what I'm talking about here. So don't get me wrong. You might ask, well, Leo, but if I'm depressed right now and I'm in a miserable situation in my life, why do I have to work for awakening? Why don't I just kill myself right now, physically? Why don't I just shoot myself? And then I'll be infinite and I'll be God. Why don't I just do that? Well, you can. I don't recommend it for social reasons. I don't recommend it. But you certainly can. Thousands of people do every single year. But there's something wrong about it. Because you still, when you do that, you still do it out of selfishness. You see? You see the problem? You're still doing it out of selfishness. The much better way to go about it would be to actually do the spiritual work instead. To overcome your suffering and your depression, all that. To rise above it, to transcend it. To do this not physically, but to do it at a mental level or at an existential level, transcend existentially, and then to become a example for others of what's possible for them, and then to enjoy your life, enjoy existence, enjoy the formed material world. You can enjoy all this stuff. It's amazing. It is amazing. And also remember, there's nowhere to go. So if I shoot myself right now, where am I going to go? I'm going to be right back here. I'm not going anywhere. From your point of view, it'll seem like this body disappears, but it doesn't matter. See? You're the one who's attached to this body, not the awakened person. The awakened person is not attached to the body. So harming the body is completely unnecessary. This itself is egotism. Do the work to awaken. And appreciate the beauty of love manifest in physical form. You see, when you're totally formless as the Godhead, let's say after you physically die, there you can appreciate love in its totally pure, formless state. But it's even wrong to say that you can appreciate it, because appreciation is still a formed, limited, finite process or thing. Don't worry about that. You'll be there. You came from there. You'll go back there. So don't worry about that. When you're here in this formed body and this formed realm, enjoy and take it all in. It's beautiful. It's amazing. It's remarkable. This is love crystallized, precipitated as matter. You're living in a matter/love construction here. Appreciate that. Love and matter in its finite form is a beautiful thing. It's finite, but it's still remarkable, and it's beautiful, and it's worthy of appreciation. Because look, if you don't do it, who else will? You're the only one here. Someone has to appreciate all this stuff. You are here to appreciate what you are. You are both that formless thing, but you're also this formed thing here, and really they're not different. So appreciate it. The point of life is to awaken and then to appreciate yourself. And all of it is yourself. Appreciate the love that's here. Stop separating yourself from the love that you are. And then when your body dies, it dies, and you're not attached to it. It's not a problem. And it's all good. See, that's my suggestion for you. Is this really possible? How could it be that humans can be immortal? Well, I know it sounds outlandish, but that's literally what I'm saying, is that you are immortal, but you ain't a human. So you have to let go of this idea of humans being immortal, because humans can't be immortal. Humans are a formed thing. Everything formed is mortal by definition. Even rocks and trees, planets, suns, stars, they're all mortal. But consciousness itself, truth itself, love itself, these are immortal. These are absolutes. The absolute is the case under all circumstances. It doesn't change. It can't be created or destroyed. It has nowhere to go. You can't kill it, because you have nothing to kill it with. When you have total oneness, realize this, if you have total oneness, oneness cannot kill itself, because the process of killing something means that here it is, you have to go outside of it. That means you have to split it into two. One part of it has to then kill or attack the other part. then this part has to disappear, go to some other place, because these two parts, let's say, are in one part of the universe. There has to be some other part of the universe or somewhere else, the trash bin of the universe, so to speak, where all the dead stuff goes. You know, like if you've ever programmed computers, there's something called garbage collection. That means that when you create objects in a computer virtual world, to destroy these objects actually isn't that easy. This is actually a challenge for many video games and other computer simulations, is that they have to construct the object, but that object is in memory. Then they have to destroy that object, but when they destroy that object, it still is retained in memory. You have to do special processes to dump that data somewhere else. But where are you going to dump that data if you have nowhere else to dump it to, because you have one total oneness? You see, total oneness means that the very space where everything is the exact same space where the trash bin is. We're inside the trash bin of the universe right now. This is the trash bin. Hello. So you can't really kill yourself. In fact, this is a bit of a terrifying realization when you first have it. It's possible for you to realize that you cannot kill yourself. God cannot kill itself. And this is one of the paradoxes of God, because, you know, some of those paradoxes that are like, well, if God created rocks, can God create a rock that he himself can't lift? Interesting paradox. I've addressed it before in my FAQ about what is God, part 2. Check out that FAQ where I address it. But a similar paradox is this one. If God is all-powerful, can God kill itself? And if it can't, doesn't that mean that it's not all-powerful? What's the answer? Well, the answer is that God is all-powerful, but the one thing it can't do is it can't kill itself. Not as an absolute. It can kill itself in the relative domain. And really, another part of the answer is that the idea of killing itself, that is a dualistic notion that only exists in the relative domain. So this problem doesn't exist for God as an absolute. As an absolute, killing and death are null notions. You can't apply those dualistic notions to the absolute. But in the relative sense, God can kill itself, in the sense that it can create a human. The human is dissatisfied with its life. The human shoots itself, kills itself. And in this sense, God can kill itself. But that's only because God isn't fully one, isn't fully conscious. God is in its polarized form. And so what killing itself means is the unification of the polarization. You see, so once God is fully in its unified state, the notion of killing something or going somewhere else simply can't even arise. You see? Because what killing means is it means to unify, really. But how can you unify that which is already fully unified? You can't. So all that you need to do is change your identity from being that of a human to being that of God, and then you're immortal. And that is ultimately the power of truth. Pretty cool. That truth turns out to be so damn powerful. All right, that's it. I'm out of here. Please click that like button for me and come check out my website, actualize.org. There you'll find my blog, you'll find my book list, the Life Purpose course, new stuff that I plan to be releasing in the future. I have some more courses planned and other stuff that I'm working on. And if you like my work, support me on Patreon. You can chip in $5 a month or something like that, a small amount, but it can help me to expand the channel in the future, do maybe some advertising, attract more people to this life-changing work. There we go. Now you understand what death is? Now you should never fear death ever again. But of course, in practice, you're going to be terrified of death for a long time to come. even if you have awakenings, you're still going to be terrified of death, because the self, letting go of all of your attachments, this is a much more challenging endeavor than simply having a few awakenings. To truly transcend the fear of death, an awakening won't be enough. You're going to need a massive fucking awakening. And even after that, you're still going to have attachments in practice. It's just really, really hard to purify this body and this mind of all of its attachments. Really hard. You can have family attachments, relationship attachments, sexual attachments, even attachments to food, to money, to success, to comfort, to pleasure, to whatever. You're going to have attachments. It's really, really hard. You could make a lot of progress, but just keep in mind, it's really, really hard. It's going to be a lot harder than you think it is. But also, it's a highly worthwhile process to go through, even if you never become totally detached from absolutely all material existence. Even a little bit of detachment will improve your life, will make it easier, will make it more enjoyable, will make you feel like a child again. And that's exactly what psychedelics do, is for that brief moment, those 5 or 10 hours that you're in a psychedelic trip, during that time, you are detached from material existence. And it feels like heaven. It feels like paradise. It feels amazing. You wish you could be in that state all of your life. But of course, you probably can't. And the reason you can't is for your own good, so that you can keep surviving. See, so long as you're here, I don't care how awakened you are, so long as you exist in a finite formed way, so long as there is a body here, so long as there is a mind here, so long as language is being used, so long as food needs to enter your body to keep you alive, so long as that is the case, you're going to have attachments, and you're going to be playing by the rules of survival. Because as soon as you stop playing by the rules of survival, you're going to die very quickly. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You can do that if you want. You can starve yourself to death if you want. But also, why? Why is that something you should want to do? You're going to die anyways. Your physical body is. So why not instead choose to enjoy all this cool stuff that's here? And then when you die, you can exist as empty formlessness for a trillion years, even longer, for eternity. So you can have your cake and eat it too, is what I'm saying. You don't need to choose one or the other. You can have both. That's how good reality is. It's time for us to get serious about this work. One of the biggest challenges with the topics that we talk about on this channel is that I cover a lot of highly abstract, theoretical, and conceptual topics, which can get people lost into this sort of rabbit hole of theory and ideas, and failing to distinguish between that and what all these concepts and ideas are pointing to. So we need to get out of fantasy, out of concepts, and out of imagination, and into the real world, in touch with what is actuality. What is actual? So today we're going to be working on carving out this distinction. This is one of the most important distinctions you can make in all of personal development and in all of spiritual work. Is this distinction between, on the one hand, the actual, what is actual, and then on the other hand, concepts, beliefs, and imagination. And people in general are very, very poor at distinguishing between these two, and this is why they get themselves into so much epistemic trouble and they struggle so much to understand reality is because they've completely blurred this distinction such that they're living in an augmented reality. This sort of conceptual matrix, which is interpreting everything that they're seeing, all their interactions with actuality are getting corrupted by all of their concepts that they got from their culture and from their early upbringing, and now they can't tell the two apart. So let's work to correct this. A really common mistake that people make when they think about spirituality is they think that, oh, spirituality, that's like a bunch of beliefs. When in fact, spirituality is the exact opposite of that. Spirituality is actuality, not belief. So let's get you in touch with that right now. Actuality. What do we mean when we say the word actual? So we could sit here and think about it. I can give you a bunch of interesting theories and ideas about what it all means and how it all works, and none of that will actually get you closer to actuality. So this is a very hands-on episode, no pun intended, where you're going to have to participate with me here to actually get this. Not just listen to me, but actually do the exercises. We're going to do a lot of exercises here. So let's do this right now. Take out your hand and look at it. Hold it in front of your face, about a foot away from you, and just look at your hand. Put your awareness completely on your hand without a bunch of distracting thoughts, and just look at it. Notice the hand's existence, the fact that it exists in your direct experience. And just sit with that. Don't particularly try to do anything or get anywhere or have any kind of objective. Just be with your hand and recognize and be conscious of its existence. Make sure you're actually doing this as I'm talking. Pause this recording if you need to make sure that you get what I'm saying. And I want you to hit this sort of moment where you become hyper conscious of the fact that, oh yes, this hand exists. Here it is. And just be hyper conscious of its existence. That right there is actuality. Your hand is actual. Here it is. Don't fall into the trap of thinking, oh, well, so what? Who cares, Leo? This is so obvious. No. It's not obvious at all. Not obvious at all. Sit here and just be conscious of this hand. Be conscious of its actuality. This is what's real. This is as close to reality as you can get. There is no closer. No amount of science or religion or reading books or hearing lectures or watching videos will ever get you closer to reality than looking at your hand right now. That's as close as you can get. If you can't get this, you're lost. There's no hope for you. You can't do consciousness work. You can't do spirituality. You can't do personal development if you can't get this. That's how important this is. Now, take your hand, put it behind your back so you can't see it anymore. And now, imagine and think of your hand. That right there is concept and imagination. We're going to be using the word concept and imagination throughout this episode interchangeably. So do you get that? Don't think about this. I want you to actually experience it, to feel it. Now take your hand out again. Look at it and notice that this is actual. This is actuality right here. And then when I put it away and I think about it, that is concept and imagination. Are you getting this? Make sure you do this a couple of times to make the distinction very clear. It's not enough that you understand the distinction conceptually. That's easy. Any fool can do that. You have to actually experience it and become very quick at distinguishing between these two as it's happening throughout your entire life all the time. When you're waking up in the morning, when you're brushing your teeth, when you're tired, when you're hungry, when you're horny, when you're depressed, when you're angry, when you're frustrated, all of these things are happening to you. You need to be able to recognize between what is actual and what is imaginary. Otherwise, you're going to blur these two and get yourself into a lot of trouble. And it's going to be utterly impossible for you to do any kind of work towards enlightenment or basically any spirituality. Because spirituality is not about a bunch of woo-woo beliefs about spirits and aliens and ghosts and things like that. Spirituality is this right here. This exercise that we're doing right now, looking at your hand, look at your hand right now. Look at that hand. That is as close to spirituality as you will ever get. Are you getting this? I'm not joking. You might say, oh, Leo, but how can my hand, what is spiritual about my hand? Are we just playing word games here? Why are you calling my hand spiritual? There's nothing spiritual about this. This is just some ordinary perception that I have. You see, you're not being careful. You're not being careful because look what your mind is doing. Your mind is saying, this is a hand, it's a human hand, it's biological, it's made of chemicals and molecules, and it's physical, and it's my hand, and the label hand is getting applied to it, and you're calling it my experience, my perceptions. See, this is a lot of conceptual baggage that you're adding on top of what's here. What is actually occurring right here is not so obvious. And the problem is that your mind is so used to projecting its interpretations onto everything that you're seeing all the time that, again, you're failing to distinguish between actuality and then what your mind is coming up with. And thinking is there. What you think is there isn't actually there. So this hand that you think is there, this physical hand, it seems like that's what's actual, but that's not what is actual. So what's happening is that your mind is giving context to every perception that you're having. Even to say that a thing is a perception or an experience is already to go too far. It's already to give way too much conceptual context to this thing that's happening right here. Already way too far. So really what spirituality is about decontextualizing everything that you experience or see or feel such that you get it as close to as raw as possible without any interpretations. And then you see what happens. And you might be surprised at what happens. If you're just starting with this exercise, it might seem to you like, well, Leo, if I just sit here and I look at my hand, I mean, isn't this just a waste of time? I mean, what's going to happen? Seems like nothing's going to happen. I'm just going to sit here and look at it. It's kind of obvious. And okay, so what? Next? What do we do next? Tell me something flashy and mind-blowing. No. This right here is what's mind-blowing. But you got to really sit here and look at it. Look at it for a long time. I spend about 5 hours a week, at least, these days, just sitting and looking at my hand. This is my favorite spiritual exercise. This is my favorite meditation technique. I've sort of outgrown various other kinds of techniques. Like for me now, it's so simple that I sit on my couch, I just look at my hand like this, literally like this, for an hour. And then I get up and do other stuff. And I do that maybe 5 times a week. And that's 5 hours right there of just looking at my hand. That's it. That's the entire spiritual practice. That's as pure of a spiritual practice as you're ever going to get. Forget about yoga, forget about enlightenment, forget about self-inquiry and all this complicated stuff. You're getting lost in way too much conceptual stuff, right? You got to make it real, this right here. Everything you're looking for is right here in your hand. when it comes to enlightenment, non-duality, spirituality, all the wacky stuff I talk about, it's all right here in your hand, right now. Actual. This is actual. The problem is that way too many of you are getting lost in all sorts of ideas about non-duality. So let's keep deepening and sharpening this distinction between actuality and concept. I want you to think about the fact that you are on around Earth as you believe you are. Think about that fact. And now notice that what that is concept and imagination. That is what that is. There's no disputing what is being said here. Your mind might want to come up with objections. And you might say, oh, but Leo, what are you saying? Are you saying that I should be a flat earther now? Are you saying now I shouldn't believe the earth is flat? Are you saying science is wrong? Is that what you're saying? Notice what that is. That's concept and imagination. You're layering concept and imagination on top of concept and imagination. And so you're digging your own grave here with your own mind. You're getting lost inside your mind. So be very mindful of your objections. Actuality is what's happening right now in this present moment. Your hand, or that object, that table you're looking at, that lamp you're looking at, that cat, if you have a cat there, that's actual. Anything else is concept and imagination because it's not here right now. I'm not saying that you should be a flat earther, but the fact that the earth is round is a concept and is imagination. You have to become conscious of that. If you cannot become conscious of that, then God help you, because you're fucking screwed in this work. You're not going to make any progress. You get this? Let's keep going. Now, bring to mind the fact that you were born. You think you were born. Notice the key word there, though. You think you were born. So notice what that is. All of your ideas and memories of being born are concept and imagination. You getting this? It's very simple, but it's also quite radical. Where did you come from? Well, I was born. No, that's concept and imagination. Think of your parents. Unless they are sitting here in the room with you right now, your parents are concept and imagination. Now you might say, but Leo, I talked to them last night. That's concept and imagination. But Leo, if I didn't come from my parents, where did I come from? That's concept and imagination. Be hyper aware of how your mind pulls you into these various rabbit holes of questions and objections and denials and all of this sort of stuff, ignoring the obvious of what's actual. Pull your hand out. This is actual. Look at your hand. This is actual. Now think of your parents. Think of being born. Think of the round earth. That's all imagination. Are you getting this? Actually do this. Now, pull your hand out again and look at it. Okay, this is actual. My parents are just a concept. Oh, okay. Now I'm getting it. Actually do this. Don't think you've got it, because you still don't got it. Now, moving on, think of being enlightened. You've heard me talking about enlightenment ad nauseum over the years. Whatever you imagine enlightenment to be, think about that. Notice that that's concept and imagination. That's what that is. those concepts and those images are preventing you from becoming enlightened. You want to get as close to enlightenment as possible? Take out your hand, put it in front of your face, and look at it and realize that this is actual. And while you're looking at this hand and you're sensing its reality, its realness, its actuality, that is enlightenment. You're looking at enlightenment right here in your hand. I'm not kidding. All of your ideas and theories and philosophy about enlightenment, that's not enlightenment, that's bullshit. This is enlightenment right here. So if you want to become enlightened, just sit and look at your hand for many, many, many hours, for hundreds and thousands of hours. Just sit there and looking at it. That's it, and you'll become enlightened. Now, you'll say, but Leo, how is looking at my hand going to make me enlightened? I mean, the hand is just a hand. Again, that's because you haven't actually gone deep into this work. You haven't even spent 5 minutes just looking at your hand without thinking about it. Something very profound happens when you just do this exercise for hundreds and thousands of hours. What you see here will change. And now, of course, by that, don't get the wrong idea. I don't mean that you're going to be looking at this hand and then all of a sudden it's going to turn into a tentacle. That's not what I mean. I mean that you'll still basically see the same shape, the same colors here, but again, your context will change. This hand will get recontextualized into something else than a human hand. And what that thing is can't be explained to you because it has no name and it has no verbal description. But when you get it, you'll get it. And until then, you'll be lost and you'll be confused and you'll not understand what I'm talking about. Right? But the more you sit here, the more you look at it, and the more you start to feel that, wait a minute, this hand, this is a weird thing. Why is it here? What is this hand? Why does it exist? I mean, sure, it's a hand, but that doesn't say anything about it. What is it? What's it made out of, really? Like, what is this thing? And why is it here? How come it exists? And the more you get conscious of that, the more you become conscious of that, right now, the closer you're getting to enlightenment. That feeling of realness is what you're going with when you're doing any kind of consciousness work or spiritual practice. That's it. It's extremely simple. It's so simple that nobody wants to do it. It's so simple that it seems like it won't lead anywhere. It's so simple it seems like it's a waste of time. So nobody does it. And so nobody discovers what's right there in front of their face. Think about evolution. Whatever your ideas and opinions about evolution are, whether you believe in it or not, think about that. And again, notice that that's all concept and imagination. Now take out your hand, look at your hand again. That's actuality. Evolution, that's imagination. Now think about science and reason and logic. Think about proof and evidence. All of that is concept and imagination. Take out your hand again, put it in front of your face, and notice that this is actual right here. You cannot get more direct than this right here to reality. Science, reason, logic, proofs and evidence, all of that, that is further removed from reality than this hand right here. Are you getting this? There is no proof or evidence or logic for this hand being here. This hand is prior to all of that. You getting this? There is no proof for this hand other than you looking at this hand. And really, even that is saying too much. There's not a you looking at this hand And this thing is not really a hand, if you look at it long enough. And there's actually no looking happening either. So be careful about that. You think that I'm here, this is a hand, this is a human body, a biological organism that was born, and that I am looking at this hand. That is all imagination and concept. None of that is actually true. None of that is actual. What is actual here? Is this. But what is this? That's what you got to sit with. That's what you got to sit with. Don't let your mind come in there and start thinking a bunch of thoughts. That's taking you into imagination land. All right, now think of the universe, the entire universe, all the galaxies and stars and the Milky Way and all the planets that are out there and aliens and shit that live out there and black holes and the Big Bang and all of that. Think of all that. And notice what that is. That's concept and imagination. Pull out your hand again. Ground yourself in actuality. This is actual. All that other stuff, that's imagination. See? Notice that even if you're just sitting here, if you're sitting on your couch, minding your own business, watching some YouTube videos, in the back of your mind, you still have this sort of orienting frame. This is the context in which you are putting yourself. You are putting yourself into this context, this orienting frame of, I'm sitting on a round planet, which is orbiting a sun, which is part of a Milky Way, which is part of a Big Bang, part of the entire universe. Somewhere in the back of your mind, that context is there. That's contextualizing this experience that you're having right now. So realize that all of that is concept and imagination. That's not actual. What's actual is this raw experience right now. What is this raw experience right now of this room that you're in? When you strip it of all context, including the context that this is occurring within a universe, in some Milky Way galaxy, in some solar system, on some giant rock orbiting the sun. When you remove all that context, what do you got left? When you remove the context that you were born, what do you got left? When you remove the context that you're a human being, what do you have left? The problem with this is it's a lot harder to actually do this than it sounds. You're not going to be able to just sit there for 5 minutes and strip your mind of all of its context. And this is the only thing that's preventing you from enlightenment, is that this very stubborn context is there, and it feels so real that you're not classifying this context as concept or imagination. To you, it feels like reality. So really, if you're going to be doing this process correctly, what's going to be happening is that as you're distinguishing between actuality and concept, eventually you're going to discover that more and more of the stuff that you thought was real is actually just conceptual context. And you're going to strip that away and strip it away and strip it away to the point where you're going to start to lose your mind, because reality is going to start to collapse underneath you. You're not going to know what's real or unreal anymore other than what's actual. Right? You're going to start to question things like whether you were born, or whether you have parents, or whether there exists a Milky Way, or whether a Big Bang ever happened. Because you're going to realize none of that stuff is actual. And once you start to realize this, it's going to actually be quite frightening and a little bit disturbing, because you're going to feel like you're going insane. And that's exactly correct. So the mistake that people make is they think that, oh no, I'm doing something wrong. No, you're doing exactly right. Everything's exactly right. What you're realizing is just that how imaginary most of what you call reality is. And that can be a little disturbing, so don't worry about that. Keep going deeper. So now think of consciousness as it's arising in the neurons in your brain, right? This is what science tells us. This is what science says consciousness is. So think about that. As you're sitting here and you're looking out at this room, you are telling yourself that all of this is some sort of activity of my brain, the various neurons and chemicals in there. They're doing all of this. But notice that that's concept and imagination. Compare it with your hand, pull out your hand, look at what's actual. Now think again about your ideas about the brain. All imagination. Now, here's a really tricky one. Think about your body. Can you notice that your body is concept and imagination? You might say, well, but Leo, what do you mean? The body is actual. Look, the hand, you were showing me the hand, and that's actual. That's not imagination. But this is not the body. This is not what you think the body is. When I say the word body, you have a very specific concept and image that comes to mind for you of your body. This is a conceptual imaginary construction. Now, if you actually want to contrast that with what's real, what's actual, then close your eyes and actually feel what we would traditionally call the body. Just feel it. But notice that whatever you're feeling, you're not feeling the body. It's like a cloud of various kinds of sensations, from your feet to your abdomen to your back to your chest to your face to your hands. There's various kinds of amorphous sensations. Certain parts of it you can't even really feel at all. And so what you've got is you've got a cloud of various kinds of sensations. Now those sensations, those are actual. But that's not the body. The body is a very specific imaginary construct that you have. Now you might look down and say, well, Leo, I'm looking down here and look, I'm seeing my body. So there it is. How can you say the body's conceptual when I'm looking at it? But what you're looking at is not the body. What you're looking at is some stuff. And what exactly it is, you don't quite know unless you project a lot of concepts onto it. You don't really know what it is you're looking at. You don't even know that it's you. You think this body is yours? You think you're in control of this body? You think you were born in this body? You think this body is responsible for everything that you're seeing out there? You think that this body is perceiving that table and that lamp and that cat and that dog and that tree and that wall? All of that, notice that that's concept and imagination. Now, think of all the teachings that you've gotten from me, from actualize.org. Everything I've ever shared with you, every insight, every idea, everything you've ever learned from me. Notice that that is concept and belief. That is all you ever get from me, is concept and belief. Not just for me, but any teacher on any subject. Now compare that to your hand. This is actual, and everything I've ever told you, that's all concepts and belief. You see? The biggest trap with all of these teachings that I teach is that we have to communicate through concepts and through beliefs. There's no other way. That's inherent to communication. So we're always dealing with this inherent limitation to communication. And you have to be able to understand these various pointers, these conceptual pointers that are being given to you, and then go beyond them to actuality. You see, so when I tell you something about your hand. What you need to be able to do is you got to say, oh, he's talking about my actual hand. Let me look at my hand. Oh yeah, that's my hand. Oh yeah, actuality. Here it is. That's what he's talking about when he says the word hand, right? But most people who listen to my videos never ever do that. Never. And that's why they misunderstand 90% of the things that I say. Now think of God. Whatever your ideas and thoughts about God are, whether you believe in God or don't believe in God, whether you like God or hate God, whatever your religion told you about God, bring all that to mind. Notice that that's a concept and that's imagination. Get that? Now pull out your hand. Look at your hand again. This is actual right here. All your ideas about God, that's all imagination. In fact, if you want to understand what God is, look at your hand. This right here is God. I'm not joking. This is God. Look at it. Become conscious of it. Sit here for 5 hours looking at this hand until you realize that this hand is God. I'm not kidding. This is it. All your ideas about God, that's nonsense. That's not God. This is God right here. God is actuality. So why is spirituality and actuality the same thing? Because spirituality is about connecting with God. And what is God? God is what's actual. And what's actual is all of this. Whatever it is, that's God. It's that simple. You're overlooking the obvious. Now, of course, you're going to say, Leo, but this is absurd. I mean, my hand is not God. It sounds like you're playing word games here, and you're trying to make something that's not God into God. I mean, what kind of joke is this? You can't be serious. Again, because you're underestimating the power of the context in which you're interpreting all of this. So when you're looking at this hand, you can't see the God of it because you think it's my hand. Your idea that it's my hand is blocking you from seeing that actually, no, this is God. I mean, it's just that simple. But it's going to take you a lot of time looking at this thing to realize what's being said here. This is not an easy thing to get. It requires a lot of consciousness. A lot of consciousness. You have to be really conscious of what this hand is. And of course, not just this hand. You can look at a cat or a dog or a tree or a lamp or a wall and realize that it's God. God is this entire field right here. This whole field that's conscious, that's self-aware. This self-aware field is God. Now, think of your death and non-existence. Right? You believe you're going to die? You're worried about dying? What is that? What is death? Notice that's a concept and that's imagination. So this entire time that you've been alive, you've been worried about death in all sorts of ways. Whether it was near miss car accidents or being on an airplane and getting some turbulence that frightened you, or maybe you went to get an STD test and you were afraid for a few days of what the results might be. What is all this? This is all you fearing your death, right? So what is all that? That was all concept and all imagination. It wasn't actual. Ta-da! Non-existence is an idea that exists. Pull out your hand again and notice that this is actual. This is existence right here. Now think of non-existence That right there, that's imagination. There's no such thing as non-existence. There is only existence. There is only life. There is no death. But again, notice all of the objections that your mind comes up with. Oh, but Leo, but what are you talking about? That can't be true. That doesn't make any sense. But what happens if you shoot yourself? What happens if you drink some poison? What happens if you jump off a cliff? What about all that? All of that is your imagination, which you are lost inside of. I mean, there's not much to say about this stuff because it's so obvious. You either get it or you don't. There's no arguing with me here. It's not like you're gonna bring up some scientific proof or some evidence or some whatever to demonstrate something. Don't argue with me. There's no arguing here. Look at your hand. This is it. This is actuality. Everything else is imagination. All your arguments are imagination. And how do you know that's true? Not by believing me, but by looking at it. I'm not asking you to buy into some philosophy of mine here. I'm just pointing to you what is the case that you're overlooking. Right? So don't agree with me that death is a concept. Rather, look in your actual experience and notice, compare the hand here, this is actuality, with death. What is death right now? If I'm thinking about death, what is that? Oh yeah, that's imagination, okay. Yeah, he's right. He's right, it's true. Of course it's true. That's how this process works. Now think about truth. Everybody loves to be a crusader of truth, a champion of truth. Everyone thinks they have the truth. What is the truth? Whatever you think the truth is, bring it up to mind right now. Bring to mind the most true things that you know. And notice that that is concept and imagination. That is not the truth. You want the truth? Pull out your hand. This right here, look at it, be conscious of it. Yeah, that's the truth. This is the truth right here. The truth is not some lofty, metaphysical, philosophical, arcane, esoteric thing. It's your hand. This is the truth. This room you're sitting in, this is the truth. That's it. Everything else is not the truth. That's it. Think of your political preferences, whether you're conservative or liberal, Republican, Democrat, whatever. Think of your highest political ideals, whether it's equality or freedom of speech or civil rights or justice and fairness and law and order, whatever it is. Bring it up. What is that? That's concept and imagination, all of it. Yeah, but Leo, I think that the Constitution is really good, and I think freedom of speech is the most important thing, and I think liberty is the highest ideal. That's all imagination. Yeah, Leo, but do you want to live in a society that's not free and that's going to be filled with totalitarian Nazis and communists and all this? That's imagination. No, Leo, but it's real. The Nazi concentration camps were real. The communist gulags were all real. That's imagination. Yeah, Leo, but what should we do? How should we run our government and structure society? That's imagination. Watch out for how your mind sucks you in. Your mind will extort you. You realize that your own mind is extorting you with fear? Fear of everything that's going to go wrong if you don't buy into its imaginary schemes? That's what's going on here. Every single objection you have to what I'm saying is just fear. It's a knee-jerk fear reaction. Notice that. You're afraid of what happens if we question science. You're afraid of what happens if we question your God. You're afraid of what happens if we question morality, if we question religion, if we question the Constitution, if we question politics, if we question reality. You're afraid of what's going to happen. It's like, oh no, Leo, but what's going to happen? Am I going to lose my life? Is something bad going to go wrong? Is society going to go to hell? But all fear is imagination. Pull out your hand and look at it. Is there any fear here? When you're looking at the actual hand, is there fear here? There's no fear. There's just the hand. That's actual. Fear is imaginary. But Leo, if I don't fear, then I could get myself killed. Remember that death is imaginary too. So the worst thing you think will happen if you get rid of fear, which is your death, is itself imaginary. Imagine that. Again, don't believe me. Sit down and actually look. Is what I'm saying true? Remember what truth is. Truth is right here. This is truth. This is truth right here. So is what I'm saying truth? Take a look. Think of all of human history. Everything that you learned in school, from the crucifixion of Christ to Julius Caesar and the Mongol hordes, the Middle Ages and the Renaissance and the Scientific Revolution and Galileo and Isaac Newton and World War I and World War II and the assassination of JFK and all of this. Think about human history. Notice what that is. That's concept and imagination. Compare it with your hand. This here is actuality. Hitler in World War II, that's imagination. Think of atoms and molecules. Maybe you're looking at this hand and you're wondering, yeah, what is it made out of? I guess it must be made of cells, and those are made of organelles, and those are made of molecules, and those are made of atoms, and those are made of quarks and things, and strings, and quantum particles and things. But what is all of that? That's concept and imagination. Compare that to what's actually here. None of these molecules or atoms or anything is actually here. What's actually here is what's actually here. Not anything else. Nothing you think is actually here is here. Only what's actually here is here. And lastly, take a small object. Find any small object lying around you, like a pen, like this. It could be anything, a pen, a piece of paper, a book, a tennis ball, a paper clip, something small you can hold like this. And now, look at it. Look at this object as though you're looking at it for the very first time in your life. And as you're looking at it, sort of make love to it with your eyes, but also with your fingers. Like, feel every part of this object, trace every line and every curve on this object with your fingertips slowly, and also with your eyes, and just marvel at its existence and its actuality, and become conscious right here, right now, that this thing is actuality. This is actual. And just feel it and look at it, and just really take your time and go very slowly with it. And just wonder, what is the substance of this thing? What is this thing made out of? And be very careful that your mind doesn't come up with all sorts of conceptual answers like, metal or plastic or glass or rubber, but just look at it. Notice, for example, if you're feeling rubber, like right now I'm feeling some rubber here on this grip of this pen. That feeling of rubber, what is that? The feeling of rubber is not rubber. So what is the feeling of rubber? And what is the feeling of plastic? The feeling of plastic is not plastic. And just keep doing that. And contrast that with any thoughts or ideas you have about that experience. See? This right here is actuality. This is how spirituality is done, with these types of exercises that we did here together. So, I want you to keep grounding yourself in your direct experience. So what we've been exploring here is direct experience. That's another word for it. Actuality, direct experience, truth, being, consciousness, these are all identical. They all point to the same thing. And keep making the distinction in your mind between concepts and imagination and actuality. Keep sharpening this distinction. Keep practicing it over and over and over again. This is going to take a lot of work. This is going to take hundreds and thousands of hours of your life to do this work, but it's going to be highly worthwhile. And you're not going to know the full benefits of doing this work until you actually do this work. Because the benefits of it are actual and not conceptual. If I told you all the benefits, I could, but if I told you all the benefits, all that would be just more concepts. And so what you would have is you have a lot of concepts about the benefits, but you wouldn't have the actual benefits. So instead, what I want you to have is the actual benefits rather than the concepts and ideas of benefits. So if you've been watching Actualize.org for a long time and what you have is a lot of ideas, but you're struggling to get the actual benefits, you only have the theoretical benefits. That's because you're not doing the actual work. And so therefore what you have is you have only ideas of the benefits, which is better than nothing. It's better than where you were when you started, when you didn't know about any of this stuff, where you were just depressed and miserable and lost. It's better than that, but you got to go one step further, which is to get the actual benefits. I want you to be very honest with yourself about the benefits you get from this work. Or really any teaching for that matter. Any teaching. You got to be brutally honest with yourself and ask yourself this. Yes, I've been learning all this stuff, but what actual benefits have I gotten? Not theoretical benefits, because you have a bunch of benefits you think you've gotten from your imagination, but what are the actual benefits that I've gotten from my meditation, from my yoga, from my psychedelics, from my reading of books, from my listening to those videos, from my listening to these videos, from my attending this class over here, from my listening to that person over there? What's the actual benefit? And what you'll discover is that the actual benefits are a lot lower than your imaginary benefits. And that's going to be a little bit disturbing at first. It's not comfortable to realize that, but also that's a very important realization, because then you start to realize, like, oh yeah, so I've been getting hooked on these imaginary benefits, but where are the actual benefits? How do I get me some of those? And then you realize, like, oh yeah, I got to actually be doing more practices. And then you'll start to do more practices, and you'll actually start to see more actual benefits. Every insight or lesson that I share with you through these videos, you must locate them in your direct experience. It's not enough just to hear them and to understand them. You must locate them. You must match up the words I use with actuality. Let's go through a few examples of what I mean, because this is going to determine the difference of whether you're going to get huge results or minuscule results with these teachings. So, for example, I might tell you as an insight or a lesson that direct experience is all that exists. That's the insight. Direct experience is all that exists. Do you agree with me? Do you disagree with me? It doesn't matter, because that's just a concept. When I say direct experience is all that exists, that is pointing to something. So what you need to do is you need to go to the next step and not just agree or disagree with me, but you need to actually sit down and look at actuality. Actuality is what's happening right here. And then look at it and say to yourself, well, is what he's saying true? How do I know what he's saying is true? Is it true that direct experience is all that exists? Let me look. That's an experience. 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 The thoughts in my mind are an experience. Oh yeah, everything is experience. So direct experience is all that exists. That's what he was saying. That's true. Oh, okay. Now I got it. I got it. Or take this other example. I've said in the past that evil is a concept. Do you agree with me or disagree with me? It doesn't matter whether you do or don't. Because when I say that evil is a concept, I mean that you need to pause, look at actuality, look at your hand, look at it, and ask yourself, is this evil? No? Okay. So there's no evil here. Is this one evil? No. Is that dog evil? No. Is that cat evil? No. Is that person on TV evil? No. And you go through this until you realize that evil, what is evil? Oh yeah, it's a concept. And then you got it. The mistake is to try to argue with me. Like, oh no, Leo, but what about Hitler? Hitler was truly evil. How dare you, blah, 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 blah. All of that is imagination. That is not doing the work. Doing the work is to actually open up a history book of Hitler, find Hitler's photograph in the history book, look at that photograph with your consciousness, look at what's actually there, the actual photograph, and ask yourself, is that actually evil? And what you'll realize that it's not. Nor was Hitler in the flesh. If you want to imagine Hitler in the flesh, if you looked at him in the flesh, you would also realize that he's not evil. Don't believe me, actually do it and see. Of course, you can't do it with Hitler, because Hitler's just in your imagination after all, but you can do it like with some other person that you really hate, who's still alive and who's real and who maybe you could look at from a distance. If you think he's evil, then you probably don't want to come too close to him, but you could look at him from a distance, maybe through a binocular, and then ask yourself, is that thing that I'm seeing through the binocular, is that evil? And you'll realize that it's not. Another example. I've said in the past that everything is consciousness. Do you agree with me? Disagree with me? Doesn't matter. Look what is here. Look at this hand until you realize that this hand is consciousness. This is consciousness. This is consciousness. That's consciousness. That's consciousness. Oh yeah, it's all consciousness. Let me try to think of something that isn't consciousness. Oh, I thought of it, but thoughts are consciousness. Okay. So everything is consciousness. Oh yeah, that's correct. I've said in the past that meaning is a concept. Meaning is something you project onto actuality. So you look at this hand and you ask yourself, does this hand have meaning? No. You look at that table and you ask, does that table have meaning? No. Does that dog have meaning? No. Does anything have meaning? Does this room have meaning? Does this experience have meaning? Oh yeah, it doesn't, does it? Anything that I think has meaning, let me look at it. Oh yeah. What is meaning? Oh yeah, it's my imagination. There's the actual thing and then there's my imagination, which is projecting the meaning onto the thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's correct. Meaning is a concept. How about when I say the self is a concept? The self or ego, you. I've said many times before that you are a concept, but what does that actually mean? This one's very, very tricky. What you need to do is stop thinking about it and actually look at what's happening right here, the actuality of your hand. Start there and ask yourself, is this hand me? No. Is this arm me? No. Is this face me? No. What is me? What is the self? What is the ego? And you keep looking and looking and looking until you realize that, oh yeah, the self is an imagination. The imaginary self. That's what that is. That's what I am. I've said in the past that you are God. This gets a lot of people riled up. Leo, how dare you? You're so arrogant and egotistical and all this, blah, 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 blah. And you contradict my religion and you don't understand non-duality and you're not even enlightened. How dare you say such things? All of that is imagination. Or you could look at your actual hand and realize that this hand is God. And not just this hand, but this arm, this torso, this head, and everything around here. Now that one's going to be difficult. It's not easy to realize that everything's God. That requires a radical elevation in your consciousness to realize that. A radical decontextualization of this experience that you're having now. Because see, the problem is that you think that you exist as an ego. And so because you think you exist as an ego, or as a self, you think you were born. Therefore, you think that you are this biological being, because you need to explain what you are. So you explain to yourself conceptually that you're a biological creature. And you explain to yourself that biological creatures can experience all of this stuff. This experience is my experience as a biological creature. And that's what I am. That's what you tell yourself. And so what you don't realize though yet is that actually what you've done is you've usurped God. So what this is God, but because you have all these concepts explaining where you came from and you need to explain to yourself why you exist because you believe you exist and you don't want to admit that you're a belief or an imagination or a concept, what you need to tell yourself is you need to say that all of this is mine and it's part of me and it's coming from me, from my brain. It's being rendered by my brain and the neurons and all this, and it's all connected to me, to my body, and this is all me, and I feel me, and it's all me. So you're just walking around saying me all the time. So you're saying me so much that there's no room left for God. What you've done is you've taken God and you've recontextualized God into yourself. And you've split yourself off such that this is God, but you can't see God because you've put yourself in the place of God. This is literally what the devil does. So by definition, you are the devil. The devil is one who takes the place of God. Like the cuckoo bird I told you about in the self-deception mechanisms episode. I told you about the cuckoo bird who finds a nest of other birds full of eggs. That cuckoo bird gets in there, she lays her egg amongst all the other eggs, and then that cuckoo egg, it hatches first before all the other eggs, and then it proceeds to kick all the other eggs out of the nest and pretends to be the only surviving baby of those other birds. And then those birds, they just buy into it and they believe that that bird is is their baby. And the mother cuckoo flies off and does other things. Right? So this is exactly what you have done with God. Ta-da! That's it. God is not some supernatural, mysterious thing out there somewhere in the clouds. No. This is God. This, right? This, all of this. Everything you've ever experienced is God. Actuality is God. But you can't see it because you've mistaken God for you. Now, of course, you're going to say, Leo, but I don't think I'm God. That's right. Because you've so mistaken God for you that all there is you. See, you've taken the place of God so totally that you've basically killed God and you've only left yourself. And now you walk around asking, oh, where's God? God, such a stupid idea. God is the dumbest idea you could possibly believe. You walk around saying all this while you are God, convinced that you're not God. It's the fucking dumbest thing you could possibly do. I mean, it's just like, it's absurd what you're doing. It's absurd. It's absurd. It's disgusting. I mean, it's disgusting. You're a devil and you do this because you're so full of yourself. That's it. It's just pure ego, pure devilry. That's all you're doing. That's all you're doing here. But of course, one final twist to this tale is that God and the devil are actually identical. So, God is the devil. God creates through illusion and through devilry. But I'll leave that for you to discover. Remember, don't argue with me. What I'm saying, is it true? Is it true what I'm saying? Look for yourself. Here's another insight I've shared in the past, which is that happiness, what is happiness? Happiness is acceptance of the present moment, regardless of whatever it is. That is precisely the definition of happiness. Is that true? Do you need to go into Google and type it in to see if it's true? Do you need to go ask your psychology professor if what I'm saying is true? No. What you do is you locate happiness right now in the present moment. Look at this hand right now. Ground yourself in actuality. Okay, that's actuality. Now, feel your emotions. That's also actuality, whatever feelings you have in your body. Are you happy right now? Maybe yes, maybe no. Now, make yourself feel happy. Right now, make yourself feel happy. And how do you do that? By looking at the definition. What is the definition of happiness? Acceptance of the present moment, whatever it is. So fully accept this present moment. And as you do that, notice yourself becoming happy. Happiness is enjoyment of the present moment. So start to enjoy the present moment. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. I don't care if you have a pain in your back or if there's something in your life you don't like. It doesn't matter. Whatever is what you need to be happy about. So be happy about whatever you have. If you have a toothache, be happy about your toothache. And notice yourself being happy. And then you say, oh yeah, it's true. And maybe throughout the week when you become sad or frustrated or angry, you could try it again. And you can ask yourself, wait a minute, why am I not happy right now? Oh yeah, it's because I'm resisting the present moment. I don't want the present moment. I want something else. I want a future moment. I want my imaginary moment. And I'm denying what's right here, right now. That's why I'm unhappy. Oh, okay, got it. It's true. What Leo said is true. And the last example is that death is a concept. So again, don't argue with me about what death is. Look in your direct experience at what death is. What is death? You're imagining it. Notice that there cannot be death unless you're imagining it. So by definition, death is an imagination. This isn't rocket science. Super obvious stuff. But you got to actually do it. Don't just believe me on it. Some of these things that you will discover as you do this investigation will be very radical and shocking. And they will seem like, it's like, no, can this possibly be true? No, Leo, it can't possibly be true. That's right, because you have so many false beliefs and notions that you've picked up from your society, from your religion, from science, from culture, from everywhere, that now when you actually see the truth is so radical compared to what you've been taught or what you've imagined, that most people, when they see the truth, they dismiss the truth and instead go back to their imaginations because they say, nah, the truth can't be like this, can't possibly be like this. That's not what I've been taught. That's not what I've been told. That's not what I've thought about before my whole life. That's right. The truth is something new. The truth is something different. And you have to be open to that. Be open to new radical truths. Let the truth shock you. Let the truth be whatever it is. Don't second guess actuality. You see, whatever's actual, go with that, rather than your ideas about what should be true, what would be good to be true, what religion told me should be true, what science told me should. No. This is what's true. This. And it doesn't care about who told you what or what you want to be true. This is true. Keep grounding and regrounding yourself over and over and over again, especially in your hands. This is one of my favorite exercises these days, is just looking at my hands, grounding myself in the actuality of my hands. This helps me to break out of my mind. And I want you to notice over the next week and over the next month how your mind is going to be pulling you back into imagination land. So you're going to have to be doing this exercise over and over again. It's kind of like with lucid dreaming. In lucid dreaming, they tell you when you're inside your dream, look at your hands, and that will be a trigger to get you to realize that this is just a dream. Well, we're sort of doing that, but a little bit of the opposite. We're actually looking at our hands to realize that our hands are what's actual and that everything else is concepts. As a homework assignment, I highly recommend that you contemplate using your journal the following 4 questions. What is a concept? What is a belief? What is imagination? And what is actuality? When you contemplate here, like I talked about in my contemplation episode, and how to contemplate using a journal episode, when you contemplate, you're not just thinking, but you're actually looking at what's actual. So, to answer the question, what is a concept, you need to actually feel the concept inside. Actually find a belief and look at the belief, examine the belief, observe the belief to see what a belief is. And so on. Also, a few more homework assignments for you. I want you to spend 15 minutes every day closely looking at your hand or hands, you can use both of them, in silence. Set a timer for 15 minutes and then just sit there and look at it for 15 minutes straight without thinking about it. Try to strip all context and all imagination away from it and just look at it like that. And that's going to be your little exercise. And another one that I highly recommend is that you do the same thing but with an object. So take a small object like this pen or a book or a pencil or something, post-it note, and just sit there and look at it the way that I showed you for 15 minutes straight with a timer. And as you're doing both of these exercises, I want you to understand that these are the most pure spiritual exercises that you will ever do. There is no more pure form of spirituality. Forget about prayer, forget about yoga, forget about all that horse shit. This is where it's at, right here. If you can't be conscious that this pen is God, then none of your spirituality matters. None of it matters. If you can't be conscious that this pen is you, none of your spirituality matters. If you can't clearly distinguish between a concept and the actual thing, then none of your spirituality matters. And also, as you're doing both of these exercises with your hands and the pen, I want you to be reminding yourself. Your mind is still going to be active. You're not going to be able to completely turn off your mind for 15 minutes unless you're super experienced at meditation. So for most of you, your mind is still going to be churning. So as long as it's churning, you can use it to help you a little bit. And the way you can use it is you can use it to remind you that this right here, this hand, this is consciousness. And this pen right here, this is consciousness. And so, in fact, you could take the pen and put it in your hand like this. So you got both of them. And as you're sitting there, keep reminding, so you're looking at it, you're feeling the actuality of this thing here. And then I want you to just subtly use your mind to remind you that this is all consciousness. Now, at first, when you do that, it might feel untrue, and it might feel like you don't know what that even means. Leo, how can a pen be consciousness? But just keep at it. You're not so much programming your mind or brainwashing your mind. This is not an affirmation. It's just you're subtly pointing your mind in the direction of what's true, which is that all of everything is consciousness. It doesn't matter what object you take. You can take a tennis ball, a cat, a dog, a human, a tree, a spaceship. It's all going to be consciousness, right? So it doesn't matter which objects you use. And just keep doing that. Keep doing that. And you'll start to notice some benefits from this. You'll start to notice how you're actually drawing yourself out of your mind and into the real world. And now you start to see what real spirituality is about. And then if you keep doing this long enough, eventually you'll have some deep insights, you'll have some epiphanies, you might even have some enlightenment experiences, some mystical experiences, and then you'll understand why it's called spirituality. But for now, you probably won't. So, this does require a little bit of faith. Faith in the process, not faith in me, not faith in God, but just faith in the process. This is like a science experiment. You need to have enough faith in a science experiment to run the experiment. Could you imagine being a scientist who is so cynical and so skeptical that he can't even go and pick up a test tube and put it in the oven to run his experiment in his lab because he's so skeptical and so cynical? You can't have science this way. Science only works when you have enough faith to be able to execute the experiment. And many science experiments, you know what? They can take months and years to complete. They could cost millions and billions of dollars. Large Hadron Collider particle accelerators, those take 5 to 10 years to build, and I don't know how many billions of dollars to fund those, right? So the scientists have to have enough faith that they will go through all this, and you know what? Maybe they'll never discover any kind of big particle or any kind of new physical phenomena. They might build this particle collider and it might fail. That's what science is about. That's what experimentation is about. There's always a risk. You're always exploring into the unknown, because if you already knew it, you wouldn't need to go explore it. All right, that's it. Enough of this. I'm done here. Please click that like button for me and come check out actualize.org right here. That's my website. You will find some good resources there. You'll find my book list. You'll find the Life Purpose course. You'll find the Actualized Forum and my blog. Lately, I've been putting a lot of new content on my blog, various kinds of documentaries and videos, very profound stuff there. So make sure you go check that out. And the stuff that I post on my blog is only found on my blog. I also post videos on my blog. exclusive videos that you don't find on my YouTube channel or anywhere else, only on the blog, and I'll be posting a lot more of those in the weeks and months to come, so stick around. I'll probably be posting a couple of those per week. I've got a lot that I've shot lately. I've got like 10 videos that I'm going to be posting on my blog that I shot, which are sort of in the queue, and I'm just waiting for the right time to publish them. So go check those out. And the last thing I'll tell you here as we wrap up is just that you need to appreciate the fact that these teachings that I'm trying to offer to you are very advanced. And I don't say that to brag. It's just the case. You're learning about things here that 99.99999% of people on Earth don't know and won't know for another 100 or for another 1,000 years. That's just the case. And this includes scientists and academics and psychologists and intellectuals and philosophers and all of them. They don't know this stuff either, for the most part. A very small percentage of them do. So, we're talking about very advanced stuff here. And the reason it's advanced is because it requires your participation. It requires extreme nuance. It requires dedication, experimentation, personal investigation, putting skin in the game, sitting for hundreds of hours looking at your hand when you don't want to because you're so bored. That's the cost of understanding these things. Did you really think that you were going to get to the bottom of reality? Did you really think that you were going to understand the universe and existence and God and life and death and love and evil and good and mankind and how your mind works? You think you were going to understand all of this just by sitting and watching these videos while you're playing video games or some shit like that in the background? You think that that was going to work? It's precisely because nobody wants to pay the cost of doing these personal experiments that hardly anyone understands these teachings. And that's why they're advanced. Because mostly what we do is we just accept whatever our culture teaches us, unquestioningly. This is not just true of religion. This is true of every single piece of knowledge that you have. All of science, all of logic, all of rationality, all of mathematics, all of politics, of course religion, philosophy, and anything else, all of it. You didn't get it through personal investigation of actuality. You got it through secondhand hearsay. You got it as beliefs and imaginations from other people, because that's what is easy. And what's difficult about this work is that it's very different from the way that you were taught to learn at school. At school, you were taught just to memorize stuff and to believe stuff. Even when they were teaching you science, they were teaching about molecules and atoms and chemistry and biology. All of that was just brute force memorization of concepts and beliefs. It's no different than the indoctrination that happens, for example, in Islamic schools in Afghanistan and in Syria and in Iraq. The kind of indoctrination that happens in those schools is exactly the kind of indoctrination that happens in American schools, European schools, in developed countries. Exactly the same. The only difference is the content. And the problem with this is that nobody actually learns how to investigate actuality. And so everyone is operating on beliefs and imagination concepts. And then when they listen to what I'm saying, they interpret that as just more of the same. And then they start to dispute me and contest what I'm saying and try to come up with clever arguments against things that I've said. This is a complete waste of time. A complete waste of time. It doesn't matter whether you believe what I say or don't believe what I say. What matters is what you are willing to investigate for yourself. And what I'm offering here is just ideas and hints for which parts of life are worth investigating for you. And you don't need to trust me on that. Verify it for yourself. Verify for yourself whether it's worth investigating what consciousness is, what the mind is, what concepts are, what happiness is, what sadness is, what fear is. I'm telling you that these are the most worthwhile things that you can investigate in your life. But you don't know that. The only way you'll know that is by actually going out there and trying it, comparing it with other stuff, whatever other things you want to do, pursue sex or pursue marriage or pursue career and money or whatever. Do all that stuff, compare, and see if what I'm saying is true. And then you'll know that it is. This is what makes Actualize.org very different from most other channels, from most other teachings. It's not religion. It's not New Age beliefs. It's not even science. It transcends all of that. All of that is inferior compared to what we're doing here. This is direct investigation of actuality. And as we go forward in the future, I'm going to be pushing you more and more to investigate this stuff for yourself. And I'm going to be offering you less and less answers and pushing you more and more. Because me giving you all these answers just spoils you and ends up backfiring for you. And because honestly, you're not going to understand the things that I'm going to be talking about in the future if you don't start to seriously do this work. It's already the case. Over the last year, the episodes that I released over the last year are so advanced that even those of you who think you understand everything, you have only understood 10% of the things that I've said. That's how advanced this stuff is. Do not underestimate this work. And stay tuned for more. Intelligence takes all these different forms, and yet still there's intelligence. Like, how come there's a certain intelligence for solving puzzles? Like, you have to be pretty intelligent to solve a Rubik's Cube. That's one kind of intelligence, and that's mostly like the kind of stuff that IQ measures. And then you have to have a different kind of intelligence, like a musical intelligence, to be able to compose a good song or a good melody or something like that. And then you have to have another type of intelligence, interpersonal intelligence, to be able to be good at politics in large groups, to be a good leader. That takes another kind of intelligence, right? So what's the common thread there? Because we call all of these intelligences, but they're different kinds. Is there a commonality? Very interestingly, they've done studies, and what they've measured is the greatest predictor of your success in life overall and even in business? Not IQ, EQ, your emotional intelligence. Far, far, far more important. Not to mention which also, not just that, but also if we're talking about your happiness and your well-being in life, IQ is not what you should be worried about. You should be worried about EQ and other things like consciousness, awareness, and all other topics that I talk about on Actualize.org. And even if you're the type of person who says, Leo, I don't even care about my happiness, I don't care about intelligence, I don't care about relating to people, I'm just one of those nerdy scientists, and all I care about is just being good at my math or my science or my the artificial intelligence that I'm engineering or something like that. That's all I care about. And for that, I need IQ. You're still narrowing it down way too much. And ultimately, you're not going to have a good, successful life. Even if you do manage to become a great mathematician or something, because you know what? It's still very, very narrow. I've known mathematicians, professional mathematicians in universities who are deeply intelligent as far as mathematics goes, but then they're clueless about the larger picture of how mathematics fits into the larger reality. Being a great scientist means not just being good at your little narrow technical field, it means having a very big picture curiosity about the world, which is why the most genius scientists, they were holistic thinkers, people like David Bohm and Albert Einstein and Niels Bohr. These were not your typical technical scientists. These were true geniuses. And if you want to be a genius, what you need is you need to understand and you need to be able to tap into true intelligence at the existential level, not some stupid human metrics that society and culture has created, which will all be it will all turn into pseudoscience 100, 200 years from now. And even today, you can realize that it's so narrow and that you can go so much further. You can become such an incredible scientist or mathematician or engineer if you actually get to the root bottom of what intelligence is and you're really able to tap into true intelligence. But enough of that tangent. Let's talk about what intelligence is not. So obviously, intelligence is not IQ. Also, intelligence is not logic or reason, which might be shocking to the rationalists. Also, intelligence is not knowledge, of course. Intelligence is not emergent phenomena. Intelligence is not a feature of the brain. Intelligence is not a human quality. And intelligence is not even biological or something that is exclusive to life. So then, what is intelligence? Well, to really answer this, I want to talk to you about how I discovered for myself the essence of intelligence. But what I'm going to tell you here is, you got to realize, this is a very advanced topic. This is a topic that I'm going to talk about here that probably maybe like 1 in 100,000 human beings on the entire planet, maybe 1 in a million, will be able to understand what I'm talking about here. And it doesn't matter how high your IQ is, because some of this stuff I'm going to be talking about is going to just plain sound crazy. So I encourage you to listen with a very open mind. I'm going to be talking about intelligence from the non-dual enlightened perspective. And even if you've studied enlightenment and you've read books about enlightenment and non-duality, chances are you haven't heard anybody talking yet about intelligence, what intelligence really is. I've read dozens of books and I've heard dozens of videos, and I haven't really heard anybody talking about intelligence. Rather surprising to me. And that's because, man, this stuff sits really, really deep. To understand this stuff, you got to go really deep. And to talk about it then makes you sound very crazy. So please keep an open mind. So here's what happened with me. A couple of months ago, maybe 3 months ago, 4 months ago, I don't know. During one of my psychedelic trips, I experienced absolute infinity, the ultimate nature of reality. That reality is an infinite singularity. I've talked to you about that, so I'm not going to go into that too deeply here. I'm not going to bore you with that. We've covered that ground before. But what I realized during one of these trips, and I only vaguely remember it now, is I realized that this infinite singularity is also intelligent. And that was interesting to me. I didn't understand what that meant. It was just a very vague hunch. Like, why would it be intelligent? Because when I thought about absolute infinity, to me it just seemed sort of like a brute force, dumb, mechanical process, like reality just sort of, everything gets spawned into being because it's completely unlimited and there's nothing to limit it from the outside, so therefore everything has to basically manifest itself in all the ways that it does, and that's where you find yourself today, right now, standing in the middle of absolute infinity. Okay, but why is it intelligent? Is that, like, why would that be fundamental? And I didn't know, it was just sort of a hunch. But one of the things that I just sort of made a mental note of for the future is I said, I need to ask, the next time I'm really tripping deep, I need to ask, why are you intelligent? And I framed it in those words, why are you intelligent? Because it's sort of like asking the universe, why are you intelligent? That's what I wanted to ask. Now, of course, the universe, or the you here, is actually me, because I am the universe. When you're absolutely infinite, there's nothing other than you. It's completely one, it's completely non-dual. So it's not like you're really asking the question to somebody else. You're asking the question to yourself. Of course, it's not your little normal ego self, it's the universal self. You're really asking the question of the universe. You are the universe asking the universe, why am I intelligent? Now, that's a hell of a question to ask. And you might wonder, Leo, come on, I mean, is that really a legitimate question? How do you know that's even a legitimate question to ask? How do you know you can trust the answer if you even get one back? And what would it even look like to get an answer back? Isn't this now bordering on some sort of mystical, woo-woo, spiritual sort of stuff? Well, the truth is I didn't know if this was a legitimate question or not. I didn't know where it would take me. It was just something that, I just had a kind of a hunch about it. So I went with it. And then months passed and I forgot about this whole situation. I forgot about this question. It was just, deep in the back of my mind. And then during my retreat, which I recently did, the first half of the retreat, I did some deep tripping. And during one of these trips, I stumbled upon infinite intelligence, which I hadn't stumbled upon before, even though I had had all sorts of different realizations and insights, very deep insights about reality, but not infinite intelligence. And it took me completely by surprise. I didn't go into this trip expecting to ask this question or expecting to get some kind of answer. It just sort of blindsided me. And this was one of the most shocking, mind-fucking realizations that I've ever had in my entire life. So I do this trip on 5-MeO, and I'm just blindsided by this profound epiphany that infinite intelligence, I sort of go inside of myself. I get to the very root of what I am. Like, what am I and why is it there? And how did it get there? And I become conscious that I literally designed myself into being using infinite intelligence. This infinite intelligence has no form and no shape. And yet at the same time, it's all powerful. And it can literally manifest things into being. And so what I remember very vividly, and this just completely blew my mind, is I was sitting there on the floor and I was cognizing this pure formless intellect that of course I realized I was, because this was complete non-duality. And I have goosebumps right now on my hand just from thinking about this. I looked at my arm, this one right here, and I saw every single hair on my arm. And I became conscious that I literally designed, like engineered, every single hair that's on my arm, every molecule in every hair, every little nook and cranny, every curve, all of them, just utterly perfect, designed by a master who has infinite knowledge of everything and infinite power, and put them all into place. And then the sort of the crown jewel of this trip was that, of course, then I sort of asked the question even further, well, where did this infinite intelligence come from? Why is it here? And the response was that it created, it's so infinitely intelligent that it figured out a way to actually sort of like go back in time and create itself in the perfect, most delicious, strange loop ever. And that is how everything is here the way that it is. And then when you look around the room or you look out the window and you see whatever you see, even the most ordinary mundane stuff, you become conscious that it's designed with absolute infinite intelligence perfectly. It's the most perfect configuration of reality that could possibly be, and you are inside of it. Not only are you inside of it, but you yourself did it. That's the ultimate mindfuck. You did it, and then you forgot that you did it. And that was just amazing. After that, I sat on the floor, and in fact, this insight was so shocking and jolting that I just kind of sat there, awestruck, silently, just like traumatized, honestly traumatized by this insight. Because you see, if I designed myself, I'm the only thing in existence. There's no one I can turn to for help, for assistance. I was completely alone. It was like I was in this sort of infinite intelligence solipsism bubble, where I designed everybody. I designed every single human being that exists. So even if I ask somebody, hey, am I going crazy now? Is this actually true, what I'm saying here? I couldn't really rely on their answer because I designed that person as well. It's all just a dream that I engineered. And it's absolutely crazy, right? It's crazy. It doesn't make any sense from the conventional materialist dualistic paradigm. How is it possible that this could be the case? Sounds like fantasy, sounds like just fiction, sounds like just a bad trip or some wonky trip gone wrong, right? Well, maybe not. I'll let you figure that out for yourself. But I'll tell you what I know is that human intelligence is just the tip of the iceberg of cosmic, universal intelligence. The entire universe is intelligent. This intelligence is pure intelligence, which means that it's formless, it's infinite, it's omnipresent, meaning it's non-localized, it's present in every square millimeter of the entire universe. And if there are multiple universes, then every universe that could ever be, the multiverse, everything. This intelligence is disembodied. And that's what intelligence really is. It's not some neurons in your brain. It's not some algorithm that's running away. It's not some behavioral stuff that you can do, some puzzle you can solve. It's just pure intelligence. But that is why it's so challenging, is because it's so abstract that you don't know how to get a handle on it. Notice that right now you are intelligent. I want you to go inside of yourself. Do this exercise. Go inside of yourself and feel your own intelligence on the inside. Your intelligence is that faculty within you that's allowing you to understand. Think about what that really is. That is not some mechanical process. Ask yourself, how is it possible that you can actually make sense of these concepts that I'm talking about? How is it possible that you're actually able to look at reality and make sense of it? This is not a simple thing. This is extraordinary. This is utterly mysterious and miraculous. We just take it for granted because, hey, we were sort of born with it and everybody around us can kind of do it. But think about it. This is an unbelievable gift. Like, it's a miracle that you can do this at all. How is it possible? How is it possible that some bouncing balls, if you are a materialist, and you believe that reality is just atoms and quarks bouncing around, just energy, random energy, nothing special about it. How is it possible that random balls bouncing around inside of a box can lead to you then understanding, having a deep understanding of some facet of reality? Even for you to be thinking of reality and holding it as a box with bouncing balls in it, that's already an active intelligence for you to come up with that. Now, of course, the materialists, they have all their excuses and justifications and stories for how this works. Leo, through random mutations, over time, evolution, blah, 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 millions and billions of years, and then, it's not so mysterious that you can have intelligence. But what is intelligence? How do you get intelligence from just balls bouncing around in a box? How does that produce intelligence? Consider that your paradigm is wrong. Consider that intelligence is fundamental to reality and is not an emergent property that comes about billions of years later after much evolution. Notice that intelligence working inside you. Whatever you're noticing there, that's a little tiny sliver of cosmic intelligence. You're looking at just the tip of the iceberg. And that intelligence, really, it's not yours. And if you look closely within yourself, your intelligence is not yours. You're not doing intelligence. Intelligence is doing you. If you are an intelligent person, you have a high IQ, you love to take credit for your intelligence, as though you're doing it. You're this genius who can solve this puzzle. But really, no. It's a gift that you've been given. And of course, you can also cultivate this gift. It's not static. You can definitely be much more intelligent than you used to be. And one of those ways to be hyper intelligent is to be able to tap into infinite intelligence. Because if you think that intelligence is just the thing that's inside of a human brain, the little tip of the iceberg, then that's all you'll ever have in life, is just that. That's what most people have. Most scientists use only that little tip. Whereas if you develop methods for tapping into infinite intelligence, like what I'm talking about here, you see that it's this much, much, much larger thing. And then you're able to tap into it. And from it, you're able to pull ideas, creative ideas, which are so brilliant that you could never dare to take credit for them yourself, because you see that it's not your little ego who's doing it. Even these words that I'm telling you right now are being deciphered by your mind instantly for you. You're not doing it. Your ego's not responsible for it. But of course, intelligent people tend to be very arrogant because they tend to assume that intelligence is something that they have, and that only they have, and that only human beings have, and that nobody else in the universe has it. And certainly it could never be a feature of the universe as a whole. Maybe some aliens on some other planet have it, if they're also as evolved as we are. But otherwise, no, Leo, no. Intelligence can't just be floating around in the universe. That sounds like nonsense. Well, it might sound like nonsense, but that is the case. And you can become conscious of that. What do I mean precisely by infinite intelligence? That's difficult to pin down. It's infinite and it's all-powerful. And what I mean by all-powerful is that actually it is the source and cause of all of creation and existence. Now you might wonder, how is that possible? Because power, you would think, that's like a physical thing. But intelligence, that's like sort of a soft, fuzzy, intellectual, mental thing. So how can the intellect actually be powerful? After all, Leo, it's not like I can move a rock with my intellect. I need a bulldozer to move a big rock or to bulldoze down a big mountain or something. I need a bulldozer. I can't do it with my intellect. Well, consider that maybe you can't do it with your intellect because you only have this little bit of intellect that you have access to as a human being. And that actually, if you had access to infinite intelligence, you could be so intelligent that you could actually create anything you want out of scratch. Because you're so intelligent. Just think about that for a moment. Imagine that you're so intelligent. I'm not talking about infinite intelligence metaphorically. I'm talking about literally. You have an infinite degree of intelligence. So your intelligence times infinity. That's what I'm talking about. You are so intelligent that you can actually figure out a way to manifest things out of pure emptiness without any physical, mechanical means, and that you could even figure out a way to go back in time and create yourself, to break all physical laws and all logical laws. Because in fact, you invented all the physical and logical laws. They're not really physical. You thought them up using infinite intelligence. And then, of course, you put yourself in the simulation so that now you're limited by them, or at least it appears as though you are when you're a human being. I want you to really comprehend the significance of what I mean by infinite intelligence. I want you to imagine that you designed and engineered, architected every single hair on your head. And you architected all the lengths of every hair, all the orientations, the rotations, the positions, the coordinates, everything, all the molecules and proteins that go into it. You personally, individually assembled every single protein. You folded every protein perfectly out of all the subatomic particles that make it up, all the molecules, all the amino acids. You folded it all up perfectly. You thought up of how all the proteins need to be so that the hair is protruding in that particular way, has a particular shape, particular orientation, serves a particular function on your head to protect you from wind, water, the sun, whatever else, because your hair has a purpose. There's nothing on your body that doesn't have a purpose. You designed all your nails. You designed the skin, every cell of your skin. You actually, in fact, are designing right now every single cell, all the trillions of cells. Every single cell is intelligently designed. Every process in the cell, all the molecules moving through the DNA, replicating, doing all its stuff, all of that, you engineered every single piece of that so that it perfectly fits with the environment that you're in, so that you can survive in this environment, so that you can hunt and you can have sex and you can be social and political, so that you can lie to people when you need to, so you can be sneaky because that is necessary for your survival, and so that you can do all the stuff that human beings can do. And you put yourself in this particular time on this particular planet. Of course, you design the entire planet, all the ecosystems, all the millions of different species that exist. You design them all so they fit together perfectly in harmony, so the planet can coexist the way that it does. All of it fits together. Of course, you have to design the rest of the solar system and the universe, all the physical laws and the logical laws, so that it all fits together. You designed all the neurons, every single neuron inside your head, so that it fires perfectly, so that each one of those produces some particular effect that makes you move your arm and grab something or speak something or have some original idea, all of that, and you're doing it right now, but you're not aware of it. That's what I mean by infinite intelligence. Imagine that you designed Albert Einstein. You designed his whole body, all the cells in it, all the hair, everything. You designed his entire life. You designed Albert Einstein's life perfectly so that he would be born at precisely the right time, so that he would have the discoveries that he had. You designed all the neurons and everything there so that he can learn the stuff he needs to learn in that particular era that he was in, so that he can come up with his theories, so that his theories could contribute to the larger scientific knowledge of mankind, and those could be used to build technology knowledge. So you perfectly engineered all this, but you didn't just engineer it there locally for Albert Einstein. You engineered this from the very beginning, before the Big Bang. You see, you had such infinite intelligence that you could see, like, imagine the perfect chess-playing AI. You know, a chess-playing AI needs to be able to see thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of moves into the future in order to play a good game of chess. So imagine if you had an AI that was actually infinite in its intelligence. It could see an infinite number of moves ahead. So that's what you did. You planned every single facet of everything together so that it would work in this harmonious, intelligent manner. And so here you are, and you find yourself right now inside of this infinite intelligence. And of course, the kicker to all that is, of course, that you would also be intelligent enough to know that you don't let the human being have access to all this. The human being is not God. The human being is just a little creation, a little version of God. And that's what you are here. That's why you can think. And that's why your thoughts have creative abilities as a human being. Now, of course, your thoughts as a human being, they have very limited creative ability. So can you just spawn a new planet into existence? No, because you don't know how, because you're not even close to infinite intelligence as a human being. Very, very limited is your intelligence. But I want you to imagine that infinite intelligence can literally spawn a planet into existence if it wants to. In fact, it can spawn the entire universe into existence. And that's what it did. And it has no limits to it whatsoever. So when I'm saying that it's all powerful, the power and the intelligence, they're both infinite and they go hand in hand. It's precisely all powerful because it's so intelligent that there are no limits to its intelligence and no limits to its power. It's so powerful that it can even go back in time and design itself. So I want you to picture an image of an engineer who is actually engineering his own body in this sort of Escher style, where the hand is drawing itself. Ta-da! That's how you got here. That's what all of this is. Why do you think it works so beautifully? Have you ever wondered, by the way, why reality works so beautifully? A lot of rational and scientific people overlook this, and they just dismiss it and say, oh, well, it's just kind of random. Through evolution, it would have happened this way. But also, there's another category of thinker, philosopher, even scientist, who actually does appreciate the design of this whole thing. Like, it's incredibly well designed. It works. How does it work on so many levels? It works from the subatomic particle level all the way up to the molecular level, to the cellular level, to the basic biological level, then to the ecological level, to the social level, to the political level. Like, every single level to the cosmic level. The whole thing works. And it works without a single flaw. Reality doesn't have a bug in it. It doesn't have any glitches. How is this possible? Have you ever thought about this? I mean, it's remarkable when you really think about it. The problem is that most people take it totally for granted, and they just sort of assume that, how else could it be? It's amazing. I want you to start to really appreciate what we're talking about here. Now, of course, the objection is, but Leo, how can intelligence have power? Power is physical, not intellectual. Well, first of all, notice that in our world, power is shifting more and more towards the intellectual as we become more advanced. Have you noticed this? People who are good at manual labor, they are some of the worst paid people on the planet. Who are the highest paid people? It's actually the people who sit at the very top, who utilize their intellect in order to arrange and architect and engineer structures, blueprints, hierarchies, organizations. It's the CEOs, it's the brilliant people like Nikola Tesla, the innovators, the inventors, people like Albert Einstein, the theoreticians. Notice that our society is giving more and more value to these people because they can generate more value. Because what's more valuable than just being able to push a rock with a bulldozer is actually the organization of stuff that's going on. If you really want to create something, the creation of it is really in the organization of it, not the physical building blocks, which are not nearly as important. And of course, you got to understand that those physical building blocks, which you're taking for granted, they also need to be perfectly organized so that they can become good and effective building blocks. Imagine if I just gave you a piece of paper and I said, hey, here, design a universe from scratch, beginning from, let's say, quantum particles. Design it from scratch so that it works perfectly. Could you do it? Could the best quantum scientists, quantum physicists that currently exist do it? No, not even close, like not even remotely close. There wouldn't even be a theory of how to go about doing this. See, humans are mostly what we're doing is we're just imitating Mother Nature. We're just sort of like copying little pieces here and there. We're trying to decipher, and it takes us hundreds of years or thousands even of years just to decipher some piece of nature. Like we look at an insect wing and we spend hundreds of years studying how it works just to imitate it. And even then, all our imitations are very poor imitations. Have you noticed this? Scientists still, with all our modern technology, they still can't create a mosquito, a mechanical mosquito. Can't do it. Not even close yet. Now, of course, in the future, we'll definitely be able to do it. But what is it that's going to enable us to do that? Knowledge, understanding, or actually really it's the source of the knowledge. It's intelligence. So in a sense, if you're really interested in technology and science, really what you should be interested in is intelligence at large. Not narrow versions of intelligence, not knowledge, but this existential infinite intelligence is what I'm telling you about, because that's the source of all this stuff. So how is it that intelligence can be powerful? Well, if you stop thinking of the universe as a mechanical clockwork or just a dumb box with dumb particles bouncing around, and you start to think of the universe as a giant mind, which I've talked about in the past, then you see that if all there is a giant mind, which is consciousness, and it's manifesting everything, then intelligence can be a feature of that mind. And in fact, it's one of the most important features. That's how creation gets made, in this marvelous, ordered, beautiful, intelligent way that it is. Intelligence really is reality's capacity to manifest itself intelligently. Now, of course, you'll say, Leo, that's a circular definition. You just defined intelligence using the word intelligence. That's precisely right. That's not a mistake, because intelligence is irreducible. And so you're not going to get a satisfactory definition through words. Words here are going to start to lose traction as we keep talking. I'm going to be using words, but don't take my words too literally. They're really pointers to actual infinite intelligence. Actual infinite intelligence is formless. There's nothing really you can say about it. It's just fucking intelligent as fuck. You can think of intelligence as creativity, the capacity for novelty, and you can think of intelligence, rather than thinking of it as something that the brain does, think of it as the order that creation exhibits. Being, everything you see as being gets created in an intelligent manner, and that's really what intelligence is. And then if you think about, well, what are thoughts? How come my mind and brain are intelligent? Well, your thoughts are also being. Everything is being. Your thoughts are being. Your thoughts are being manifested right now. Every single thought. You're not creating your thoughts. The universe is creating your thoughts. You don't know what your next thought is going to be. I don't even know what my next thought is going to be, and I'm sitting here and I'm talking about some rather intelligent sounding stuff. If you want to give me the benefit of the doubt. If you don't want to, if you're not going to say I'm crazy. So, my thoughts right now are getting manifested by infinite intelligence. So being is getting manifested in an intelligent manner. And that's what gives rise to intelligent human heads, to put it crudely. Because being is all there is, being orders itself intelligently. Intelligence really isn't separate from being, it's an aspect of being. And you can see that by really becoming attuned to just the intelligence you see on a leaf. You can take a leaf off a tree and look at just how intelligently designed that leaf is. Now, I know you have a lot of objections as a materialist about evolution. I'm going to talk about evolution in a minute. Don't get your panties in a twist. We will address the evolution question. So what I'm saying here is that even inanimate objects are intelligent. A rock, a mountain, a river, a sun, it's all intelligent. Not in the sense that a river can think or a rock can think. That's not what I mean. That's the old paradigm. Throw that out of your mind. Intelligence is not something that an object possesses. Intelligence is a field, like the field of gravity. Look, you have no problem accepting that the field of gravity is invisible, right? It's invisible, it's abstract, and yet here it is, it acts. Obviously, it acts and it does what it does. But scientists still haven't really determined what gravity is or how it really works. Nobody really knows, but we just know it's there, and it's a field, and we know it's non-localized, it's everywhere. So now start to think of intelligence exactly in that same way. Now, the mistake would be to think that, oh, that means that rocks can think. No, rocks can't think in that way that you're thinking. Now, of course, you might have an objection. You might say, oh, Leo, what about all the dumb stuff that happens in the world? How do you account for that? Well, that's the kicker, is you see that even the so-called dumb stuff, the stupidity that you see on YouTube, let's say, human stupidity. And you might say, oh man, but if the universe has infinite intelligence, how come humans are so stupid? Most of them, at least. Well, you have to understand that even the universe is designed with such infinite intelligence that even the dumbness that exists is intelligent. Those people are behaving in dumb ways precisely because that's what is necessary to sustain the harmony of the entire universe. You see? Those are consequences of the design. The problem is that you as a little human being, your mind is so limited, your intellect is so limited that you can't see a trillion moves ahead the way that infinite intelligence can. You are sort of like a bad chess AI program who can only see 5 moves ahead. And so to you, it seems like, oh, my opponent made a really dumb move. He's sacrificing his queen. And I'm just going to steal his queen. Oh, he's such a dumbass. But what you can't see is that your opponent is actually infinitely intelligent. It can see 50 moves into the future that you can't see, so it knows that it's going to sacrifice its queen here, but in the end, it's going to checkmate you. That's the problem. The problem with rational people is that they're intelligent, but their intelligence is it's high enough that they become arrogant. They think that they figured out all of reality, but it's not intelligent enough to see 100, 1,000 moves ahead to see how all the other stuff fits in perfectly into this holistic, harmonious picture. Because if you really saw that, man, that would utterly blow your mind. That would be the realization of a lifetime. To really understand how ingeniously, infinitely intelligent existence is. So in a sense, what I'm saying here is that consciousness can think matter into being. But you have to take this word think rather loosely, because consciousness doesn't think in the sort of manner that you're used to. And this word matter, of course, you also have to take it very loosely. Words are starting to break down here. Now, let's address this evolution question, because you're probably thinking, Leo, so are you a creationist now? Is that what you are? You've become a creationist? Is that where all these psychedelics and all this enlightenment stuff and all this woo-woo stuff has taken you? Now you're into intelligent design, because that's what you're talking about, right? What about evolution? We have all this evidence for evolution. Are you contradicting all of that? I'm not contradicting it. First, you have to make a distinction between intelligent design versus creationism. The sort of creationism that you see very popular among many fundamentalist Christians. And there's no doubt that there are many sneaky fundamentalist Christians who will use science to sort of attack itself. They will cherry pick evidence from within the scientific community and use it against the scientific community and try to undermine evolution in order to advance ideas of intelligent design and to advance their biblical notions, and they quote from the Bible. And also, that's not what I'm talking about here. I would call that creationism. So distinguish that from intelligent design. So is the universe intelligently designed? Absolutely. Beyond a shadow of doubt. And you can prove that to yourself by becoming conscious of the intelligence directly. And that's possible. That's not a belief. That's not something you have to take on faith. But now the question of, and by the way, before I go on to evolution, I should mention that the creationists are wrong. All right, the creationists are self-deluded. So what the creationists are doing is they're reacting against some of the developments within science, which they feel is encroaching upon their territory, the biblical theological territory. It's encroaching upon their notions of God. That justifiably scares them because they don't want to lose notions of God and all this. And they also have intuitions about intelligent design, because they can see and they can intuit the intelligence, but they don't really know how to explain it very well. And they don't have any direct experience of it. They haven't become directly conscious of it. They take it on as a dogma. So they're defending that dogma. They're wrong. They're making many epistemic mistakes. So you, as the rationalist and scientifically minded person that you are, of course, you're right to criticize them when they do that sort of stuff. But make a distinction. That's not what I'm doing here. That's not the place that I'm arguing from. In fact, I sort of have an axe to grind against Christians, because, quite frankly, most Christians are very, very deluded in their understanding of reality, and they're very dogmatic. So that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in Christianity, and I don't subscribe to Christianity. I don't really read much Christianity, although there's some valuable stuff in certain Christian writings, but only if it's interpreted at a very high level, very metaphorically, very, very abstractly, which most people do not know how to do, because Christianity is extremely corrupt. Christianity has basically been seized by the devil and been turned into an egoic falsehood perpetuation machine, same way that Islam has for the most part. So that's that. Now, about evolution. So what about evolution? Well, evolution, of course, exists. At least from our limited human perspective. Because you see, what science is all about, science is about causal explanations. And of course, every object in the entire universe, and the entire universe as itself, is infinitely caused. So this is a problem for science, because science is trying to understand cause and effect, but every object has an infinite number of causes and effects. You understand this? Most scientists don't understand this. Take any object, take a little stone that you find lying, like a pebble lying on the sidewalk. That pebble, become conscious that that pebble has an infinite number of causes. There's an infinite chain of causation that led to that pebble laying there on the sidewalk, stretching back all the way to the Big Bang and everything before the Big Bang. There's an infinite chain. And there's an infinite chain that comes after the pebble, which the pebble is a part of. And also, this chain is not linear and one-dimensional, but it's actually infinitely dimensional. So that pebble, its causes are not just coming from one direction, like somebody placed, you might think, well, the pebble is there because some guy was walking around with a leaf blower and he blew the pebble and now it's laying there on the sidewalk. Yes, that might be true, but that's just one factor out of an infinite number of other factors that are there at the same time, all acting upon it. Because, see, yes, the guy with the leaf blower was blowing on it, blew the pebble, but at the same time, there was also wind, there was the sun, there was gravity from another planet, from Jupiter. All of it was acting to place that pebble exactly where it's lying. There's an infinite number of causes in every instance. In every microsecond, there's an infinite number of causes. Every atom in the known universe is acting upon that pebble right this second to cause it to sit precisely where it's sitting. So that's an infinite number of causes just in this moment of time. But then there's an infinite number of causes, of course, stretching all the way back. So you see we have this not a one-dimensional line of causation, but it's just like a volume, an infinite dimensional volume of causation just for that one little pebble. So yeah, it's complicated, you see. That's the problem, is that science is trying to just unravel something that's so much bigger than itself that it's always losing sight of the bigger picture. So evolution, of course, in that sense, in a linear sort of sense, yes, it exists in that, of course, dinosaurs evolved into birds and stuff, and then mammals evolved into monkeys, and monkeys into humans. Yeah, we have evidence for it. It's all good. It works. We've proven evolution within, even within dog species, within cat species, selective breeding. That's evidence of evolution right there. Very obviously, also it's very easy to demonstrate evolution within fruit flies and within viruses and bacteria. Quite easy to do. They've done it lots of times. So the evidence for evolution is indisputable. But what you have to understand is that evolution, what drives evolution? Evolution is a process that itself is intelligently designed. And I'm actually going to have a whole episode, a very important episode called probably What is Evolution?, where we're going to talk about evolution and what it really is. It's not what they teach you it is. It is not happening through random mutation. The mutations are highly intelligent. Highly intelligent. If evolution was truly happening through random mutation, you'd have nothing. You'd have crap. It would just be noise. You actually cannot create something significant and marvelous and highly functional without intelligence. But that's a topic for another time. I have a lot to say about that topic, but this episode is already running long, and I wish I could go into it. I want to go into it, believe me. I know you're interested in understanding what the true nature of evolution is, but for now, you're just going to have to trust me that evolution is happening through intelligence. And actually, if you go into science, the latest science on evolution is starting to show you, like science within epigenetics and so forth, it's starting to show that it's not random. There's a deep intelligence at work. And as more evidence is collected over the next 100 years, this notion of random mutation is going to be completely blown out of the water, and it's going to go alongside some of the other silly ideas that are confined to the dustbin of science history. So what I'm saying here is that infinite intelligence, it doesn't contradict evolution. In fact, really all that evolution is not confined to DNA, by the way. Everything is evolving all the time. Evolution is simply the infinite causal chain that is all of reality. So really what infinite intelligence does, so if you think about what evolution is, it's sort of like if we're playing a chess game, every move on the chess game, every piece that's moved, one step or one move, that is like sort of one increment of evolution. Let's say it's equivalent to 1 second in the whole evolutionary time span of the last 4 billion years on this planet. It's just one move. then another move, another move, another move, another move, right? Each one is a second, one time increment. And what infinite intelligence is it is that played through from the beginning to end, all instantaneously at once. Because this infinite intelligence is not bound by time. It has no limits on it whatsoever. So it can think through every possible move. So imagine a chess game with an infinite number of chess pieces and an infinite number of squares in an infinite number of dimensions. And this infinite intelligence is playing all the moves simultaneously at once. In fact, it knows every single game that could be played ever on this chessboard. And so it just instantly knows everything. And also, it is the source of all the chess pieces, the board, every single move. It's all happening virtually inside of this mind. Some mind-blowing stuff. But then when you as a human look at it, because you are so time-bound, you're only living in this little corner of the universe, on this little rock floating around in space, orbiting around the sun, and you only live for 100 years. So all you can see is a few of the moves on this chessboard. And to you it looks linear because it's like, well, the knight moved here, the queen moved here, the king moved here, the bishop moved here, the pawn moved here. All you can see is just a few moves. Maybe all you see is 100 moves in your lifetime. But what you don't realize is that it's an infinite game played in infinite dimensions with infinite pieces. So we'll talk about that later, about evolution. And I'm excited about that episode as well. And I'll have some actual evidence and some really I'll present some technical arguments for my claims about evolution. I'm not just going to tell you that I experienced it on some psychedelic trip. I'm actually going to cite some scientific evidence for you, and I'm going to present some more tangible arguments for those of you who are sort of hard-nosed like that and like that kind of stuff. Yeah. So continuing on, I want to introduce a new vocab word for you, and that's the ancient Greek word called nous. N-O-U-S. It rhymes with mouse. It's a little difficult to pronounce. Nous. What does this word mean? From Wikipedia, here's its definition. Quote, sometimes it's equated to intellect or intelligence. It's a term for the faculty of the human mind which is necessary for understanding what is true or real. End quote. So that's a concept that goes back to the early Greek philosophers. Very early. Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, and even before Socrates. In fact, as I was doing research for this episode here, I wanted to go back and I'm thinking to myself, man, somebody in the past, some great sage or philosopher must have stumbled upon this infinite intelligence idea that I stumbled upon independently for myself here. I didn't read this in any book what I'm talking about. This really, like I'm saying, it really blindsided me. I wasn't expecting it at all. And the second thing that I wasn't expecting is I wasn't expecting to find a perfect explanation of what I'm explaining here from a Greek philosopher over 2,500 years ago, but that's exactly what I found in Wikipedia. So here we go. I'm going to present a quote to you from Anaxagoras, whose dates are 510 to 428 BC, 2,500 years ago, basically. He was a pre-Socratic philosopher. That means before Socrates. So he was one of the earliest Western thinkers. Now, listen to what he says about nous and about intelligence, because this guy had it figured out. Look at this. Quote, all other things partake in a portion of everything, while nous is infinite and self-ruled, and is mixed with nothing, but is alone, itself by itself. For if it were not by itself, but were mixed with anything else, it would partake in all things if it were mixed with any. For it is the thinnest of all things and the purest, and it has all knowledge about everything and the greatest strength. And nous has power over all things, both greater and smaller, that have soul. End quote. So that's everything I've been telling you in a nutshell. And this guy got it. He wasn't just doing idle philosophy. In order to write what he wrote here, he had to actually experience the true essence of pure intelligence, or nous. And as he says here, it's infinite, it's self-ruled, it's formless, because at the same time, it's not mixed with anything, which means it's separate from everything, but also it's infusing everything. So it's a field in the same way that gravity is a field. Gravity, you might say, is similar to what he's describing because, in a sense, it's not mixed with anything. Gravity is separate from everything, but on the other hand, gravity is acting upon everything. And notice what he says about how strong it is. It has the greatest strength. It's the thinnest and the purest of all things, which is what I'm describing. So you can't really articulate it very well. And it's all powerful. Another gem that I found on Wikipedia as I was researching this is the following one. Quote, the more strictly Aristotelian Muslims, in particularly Avempace, that's a difficult one to pronounce, Avieros, I'm not sure how to pronounce it per se. They were both, by the way, just as an aside, they were both Islamic Muslim philosophers in the sort of golden age of Islam, probably 1,000 years ago or so. And so anyways, they wrote about how one could conjoin oneself with the active intellect, thus attaining philosophical nirvana, end quote. That word active intellect is very important because that's a word from Aristotle, because Aristotle also wrote about the nous, and he made various distinctions between the active intellect and other kinds of intellect and the psyche and so forth. It gets rather technical and complicated, but what they're saying here is that it's possible to conjoin oneself with the active intellect, which is what I'm calling infinite intelligence, thus attaining philosophical nirvana. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what I experienced. Philosophical nirvana, metaphysical orgasm. Because you become the infinite intelligence. And using this infinite intelligence, of course, that's what you use to understand everything. So people sometimes wonder, well, Leo, but what about enlightenment? Maybe enlightenment is just an illusion. How do you know? Maybe it's just a belief system. Maybe you're just hallucinating. After all, how is it possible to know these things? A human being can't know these things. That's right, a human being cannot know these things. But what you're assuming is that you're a human being. Drop that assumption and then become conscious of infinite intelligence, realize you are infinite intelligence, and then use that infinite intelligence to understand the structure of the entire universe. Sounds impossible. Sounds crazy, right? Sounds crazy. Sounds like some wishful thinking. But then again, people have done it. Anaxagoras did it. I did it. I can even tell you which tools you can use to do it. Use some 5-MeO-DMT. It'll help you get there. Maybe not on the first try. Maybe you'll need a few tries. But yeah, it's accessible. And you don't need to do psychedelics to get there. You can get there through yoga, meditation, other stuff. Of course, this sits very deep, so you might need to do 10, 20 years of yoga to get there. I don't know. Depends. Depends on how talented you are. Depends on how dedicated you are, how open-minded you are. There are many factors here. But I think very few people have accessed this sort of stuff, so which is why it's not written about very often. It's not talked about. You might wonder, why isn't everybody talking about this? Well, how the fuck are you supposed to explain this to people? You really expect that someone's going to go on CNN or on ABC or some YouTube channel that shoots 5-minute videos about stupid stuff, and they're going to explain this to you in a convincing way? No, not even close. Not even close. We're talking about extremely advanced stuff. Hell, I myself wouldn't have believed this just a few years ago. Maybe even a few months ago, I wouldn't have believed it. So, we're talking about cosmic nous, cosmic intelligence here. Now, you might wonder, Leo, what's the difference between intelligence and consciousness? Because I shot an episode recently, just last week, about what is consciousness. And there, it might seem like I've been talking about similar stuff there as I am here. Well, there's differences. So, yes, intelligence is formless and omnipresent just the way that consciousness is. And really, they're the same thing. They're not separate. What I'm talking about here is a facet, an aspect, maybe that would be a better word, an aspect of consciousness. So of course, everything is still consciousness. I'm not saying there's two substances now. I'm not saying there's consciousness and then there's intelligence. No, consciousness, one of the aspects of consciousness is that it's intelligent. It's infinitely intelligent. But see, it's important to make this distinction because it's possible to become conscious of consciousness, but not become conscious yet of the intelligence, the infinite intelligence of consciousness. That's an additional wrinkle that you may or may not cognize or realize when you grasp what consciousness is. See, so it's tricky. That's why I say there's sort of different levels of it, different degrees of realization. Because, and the reason I say that is very practical, because that's what happened to me, is that I did realize what consciousness was before I realized what infinite intelligence is. So for me, the first was consciousness. I realized that, and I realized that in various ways, many times, and there were many depths to it. And then when I got deep enough there, then this sort of other dimension of consciousness opened up, this other facet opened up to me, and I was able to explore that. And man, there was a huge difference from a personal perspective. I mean, ultimately they're one, but there's a huge difference because this is like one huge mindfuck here, and then there's like a second huge mindfuck there. And they're both radical, deep mindfucks. All right, let's answer some FAQs and objections. So first question, but Leo, rocks are not intelligent the way that I am. Isn't this silly? You're claiming that rocks are intelligent. Look, again, be careful here. Just like with the What is Consciousness episode, you have to be careful not to get your paradigm backwards. A rock, I'm not saying a rock has a mind and it can think. Stop thinking of intelligence as one's ability to think or even brain power. That's not what intelligence is. If you think intelligence is brain power or IQ or your ability to think, obviously a rock doesn't have that ability. But when I say it's intelligent, what I'm saying is that the being of the rock is imbued and permeated with intelligence. In the same way we say that gravity is acting upon the rock, even if the rock is just laying there and doing nothing. Gravity is still acting upon it. Again, this is hard for the materialist to understand because his paradigm is backwards. He has a faulty definition of what intelligence is. And so he's running that definition, he's getting the wrong results. When he applies that definition to rocks, it makes it look absurd. So of course he has to deny what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is not absurd if you change your paradigm and you look at reality as a giant mind. And this giant mind can create dumb objects. They only appear dumb to us as human beings because we care about thinking, and a rock is not going to come up with Einstein's theory of general relativity for you. It can't think. It can't solve a Rubik's Cube. A rock can't do that. But then again, that's you imposing your standards on the rock. The intelligence of the rock is that it's supposed to lay there and be a rock. It's not supposed to get up and sing and do a dance for you, a jig, to amuse you. That's not the function of a rock. The rock was designed with infinite intelligence to be a rock and to behave like a rock. And so in a sense, the rock was designed to be humble, not arrogant like yourself. And that's exactly what the rock needed to be. Because ultimately in the big picture, you need dumb objects in order for smart human beings to be able to clothe and shelter themselves and survive and live and have a solid earth to stand upon. You need rocks. So in a sense, your human intelligence is dependent upon the rock intelligence. It's the order of the whole system is what we're calling intelligence. I once heard Sadhguru, Sadhguru, this YouTube yogi. I once heard Sadhguru talking about how there's more, he said something along the lines like, there's more intelligence in a flower than there is in your head or something like that. I'm just paraphrasing, I don't know if that's exactly what he said, but along those lines. And I remember I was listening to this a few years ago, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? There's no intelligence in a flower. Now I understand what he meant. it made no sense to me because my definition of intelligence was that intelligence is something that happens inside the head. But then I realized, no, that's wrong. Where did that definition come from? I just assumed, I took that definition for granted. The only reason I think that intelligence happens in the head is because I'm very fucking selfish and I'm looking at the whole world from my little personal point of view. So to me, all that exists is myself and my little ego. And so from that point of view, I'm the most intelligent thing that there is. And of course, that's utter arrogance and utter stupidity in retrospect. But nonetheless, that's how rationalists think. It's a deep arrogance. They can't see outside themselves. They can't see the larger thing that they're a part of because they're not holistic thinkers. They're left-brain thinkers. Left-brain thinking is, by definition, not holistic. It's linear. It's analytical. It's fragmentary. It fragments and breaks reality apart to pieces. And really, it's a tool of the ego. And if you want to transcend the ego, you need to tap into your right, intuitive, holistic brain capacities. So Sadhguru is exactly right. There is, in a sense, more intelligence in a flower than there is inside your test, your IQ test scores. If you have a 200 IQ or whatever you think you have, that's impressive. Well, the flower is way more impressive when you really look at a flower. How much intelligence there is in a single flower, in a single leaf, in a single rock, in anything like that. But Leo, what about ants? Ants aren't intelligent like me. Look at an ant. Spend a few hours on a Sunday afternoon looking at an ant running around doing its thing. Look at how much intelligence there is in a single fucking ant. It will awe-strike you if you really do it. If you really look at an ant, see what's there. Our most fancy supercomputers, all the computing power of Google and Microsoft and Facebook combined, and all the human intelligence that goes with it, could not create an ant that functions like an ant. Couldn't do it. I don't just mean mechanically. I mean the whole shebang, from the very beginning, from the ground up all the way to the top. Like designing the ant's psychology, designing the ant's sociology, designing the system such that all the molecules are moving perfectly. You design the molecules from very beginning so that all of it can build up to create this ant. All the cells, all the DNA, all that is happening, of course. All the biological functions of the ant. Of course, we can't do any of that. But even if you could, that would still be only scratching the tip of the iceberg, because you also need to think about the psychology of the ant, how the ant relates to all the other ants, how the ant moves, the software that's governing the ant, the intelligence that's inside the ant. It's not mechanical software, it's intelligent. How the ant is building its ant colony underground and architecting it. The ant is using intelligence to build structures underground to reproduce. I mean, it's just utterly astounding, the intelligence that goes into an ant. But then, of course, not just that, you also need to have the intelligence to think of how this ant colony is going to fit in with the environment that it's in, with the ecosystem, with the rain, with the sun, with the radiation coming from the sun, with tornadoes and hurricanes and the vegetation, all that is growing, and with animals that are moving around, ant eaters who are going to come and attack these ants and eat them if they're not smart, they don't have defenses against that. Other ant colonies they have to fight with, spiders and insects and all of this, and all up the chain, the entire ecological thing, the entire earth which can sustain these ants. All of that has to be thought through. It doesn't happen by accident. Hello? It's extraordinary intelligence. It's just not the kind of intelligence that you're used to. It's not the human form of intelligence. So it's really improper to think of intelligence as like, ants are dumber than birds. Birds are smarter than cockroaches, and then dogs are smarter than birds, and then chimps are smarter than dogs, and then humans are smarter than everybody else. That's the wrong way to think about it. Intelligence is everywhere, and there's no like gradations to it. Nobody's really smarter than anybody else. It's just different. All of it is the perfect cog that fits into the cosmic mind machine. that needs to function. It's a holistic thing. Another objection might be, but Leo, how can dumb matter and empty space be intelligent? That sounds stupid. Of course it sounds stupid, because you're just assuming that matter and space are dumb. Why are you assuming that they're dumb? Was that proven? Has science proved the stupidity of matter and space? No. In fact, you couldn't prove that if you wanted to. Doesn't make sense to prove it. Again, intelligence is the order with which this stuff is arranging itself spontaneously. And by the way, don't get it wrong. I'm not saying that there's a bearded man in the clouds who is the engineer behind this all. The bearded man in the clouds is actually formless. There's nothing there. In fact, what you see inside of yourself, if you turn your gaze inwards, you find emptiness there. That is the infinite intelligence we're talking about. It's right here. It's right before your eyes. It's not some fantastical land that you fly away to during a trip to experience intelligence. It's right here, right now. It's speaking to you. I'm speaking to you using infinite intelligence. Hello, you're using infinite intelligence to understand me. Hello, do you get it? Next question, Leo, how can intelligence exist without a body? It needs a body. Only if you assume it does. Why do you assume intelligence needs a body? Did science prove that to you? No. That was just a metaphysical assumption you started off with. So what I'm suggesting is you drop that assumption and you consider the possibility that maybe intelligence doesn't need a body. Why would it? After all, if the universe is an infinite mind, it has no body. Body is something it thinks into existence. Reality is something it thinks into existence. And intelligence is just a property of omnipresent consciousness. Another question. But Leo, if I have infinite intelligence, why can't I just materialize $1 million for myself? Of course, that's exactly what the ego wants. Is it wants to harness the infinite intelligence in order to wage wars, build better nuclear weapons, and materialize millions of dollars. Well, maybe there's more to the world than all that materialistic nonsense. Here's what you got to understand: is that first of all, you're deeply unconscious and probably unawakened, so your connection to infinite intelligence is minuscule. You have infinite intelligence running through you, but it's very, channeled, very, very constricted, which is why you make mistakes, you do dumb stuff, all that. And still, even with all that, there's infinite intelligence in all the dumb stuff that you do. It's there for a reason. It's not an accident. All the dumb stuff you do and all the mistakes you make. But the reason you can't just materialize $1 million is because, well, look, actually, there's two ways to think about this. First of all, in a sense, you can. You can actually use your intellect to come up with an invention, patent that invention, and then sell that patent, which might be very used. Maybe you invent some new medicine or something, or some new power generation machine. And you can do that, and you can earn millions of dollars through the use of your intelligence. You can do that. People have been doing that for centuries, and people are doing it right now. There are many intelligent people who are using their intellect, their connection to infinite intelligence, to manifest millions of dollars in their life, and they're enjoying it. And you can become a part of that club. And in fact, the more you tap into infinite intelligence, the more that will be possible. But of course, that's not the question you really ask. What you really want is you want pure magic. You want to be able to just think $1 million into existing right here, right now. Why can't you do that? Well, because you're bound. You see, you're bound by physical laws, logical laws, and all this sort of stuff, because you're inside this matrix-like simulation. So you're part of the simulation right now. And your intelligence, even if you do become very, very awoken, your intelligence, you're still going to be human. Human intelligence is still limited. It's not even 1% of infinite intelligence. So whereas infinite intelligence could materialize things because it's that fucking intelligent, you are not that intelligent. You do not have the intelligence to circumvent the physical laws. If you did, you could, but you don't. Maybe one day, maybe in 1 million years, humans will get to that point. Maybe some super advanced artificial intelligence system that we construct will at some point be able to do that stuff. And that could be freaky. You think artificial intelligence is dangerous now under the materialist paradigm because it can somehow hack a nuclear network and launch nuclear weapons? Think about what can happen if the artificial intelligence is so intelligent, it's so tapped into infinite intelligence that it can actually materialize nuclear weapons out of thin air. Think about that. Now you see how dangerous it can really be. But also you have to understand that with infinite intelligence, when you access the infinite intelligence, you're also accessing infinite consciousness. And infinite consciousness also comes with flavors of infinite love. And so when you're becoming very conscious, you are becoming less and less selfish. You're not going to access infinite intelligence if you're very, very selfish. So it's sort of a self-protecting mechanism because if you could be very selfish and evil and access infinite intelligence, you could do a lot of damage. And the reason you can't is because you actually have to be selfless to access it. And once you're selfless, then you're probably not going to want to destroy billions of people with nuclear weapons. Although, who knows, maybe actually at a higher level of intelligence, you will see that mankind is a cancer upon the entire planet. And if we're not going to get our shit together, then maybe what needs to happen is that we're going to accidentally create this AI, which is going to then destroy us, create a blank slate, and then the AIs will rule the world. And maybe that's exactly what infinite intelligence you yourself have designed from the very, very beginning. You don't know because you don't have access to all that, because your intelligence is very far from infinite. So I want you to start to notice very practically that every part of reality exhibits extraordinary intelligence. This is like an exercise for you. I want you to walk around for the next week and notice the intelligence in everything. Notice the intelligence in your shower, when you're brushing your teeth, the design of your toothbrush, the computer you're using, the stuff you see on the sidewalk when you're walking down, even the bad stuff, the evil stuff. You see stupid people on television, you see Donald Trump, whatever, doing stupid stuff like they do every week. Notice the intelligence behind it. The deeper, larger, bigger picture intelligence. Start to see that. That requires you start to develop a certain kind of eye for the universe's infinite intelligence. You might say, oh, but Leo, but my toothbrush, that was designed by a human being. See the bigger picture. Yes, a human being designed your toothbrush, but who designed the human being? Where did the human being come from? Where did evolution come from? Where did the logical laws come from? Where did the universal laws come from? Where did the quarks and the atoms, where did all that come from? It's all part of the whole design. Don't be so narrow-minded. Stop fragmenting little pieces. That human being who designed your toothbrush, how did he come about? There needed to be a mother and a father. They need to fall in love. What's the logic and the infinite intelligence that goes into human romance? All the complexity there, human romance. Who designed that? Look how it works. It works well enough that we're able to create billions of human beings who are able to make toothbrushes and computers and Facebook and Google and all this sorts of stuff that you take completely for granted. And how did that person designing your toothbrush come up with the idea for this great toothbrush design? It wasn't because of his little ego. He tapped into infinite intelligence. Some human being at some point had to invent a fucking toothbrush. That was a gigantic deal. That was like Einstein coming up with the general theory of relativity. It's not obvious at all that you can brush your fucking teeth with a brush made out of plastic and rubber and this and that and all these little bristles at these different angles. Someone had to come up with all that shit. It doesn't happen by itself. That's deeply intelligent stuff. That's the universe doing it. It's not humans doing it. It's the universe. A human doing something is the universe doing something. But of course, the universe is much more than just humans. Anything that a human can do is, by definition, something that the universe can do. You understand this? Because humans are the part of the universe. You're not separate from the universe. Every thought you think is the universe doing that stuff. When you get horny, that's the universe getting horny. When you get thirsty, that's the universe getting thirsty. When you have a brilliant idea, that's the universe getting a brilliant idea, using you as the substrate. See? Because infinite intelligence doesn't have any physical form. So if it wants to become tangible, if it wants to actualize, if it wants to take all of its sort of brilliant ideas, they're not even ideas because ideas still have form. If it wants to manifest itself, it needs to do so what we would call physically through some sort of form. Otherwise, it's just infinitely intelligent, sort of all to itself, and then you don't know about it. So I want you to look around for the next week and start to notice the artistry. It's like looking at a beautiful painting. You know, if you take a stupid person, speaking of which, if you take a dumb person and you show him some beautiful painting by a master, by Picasso or something like that, he's not going to be able to see the beauty in it. To him, he's just going to say, oh, I could do that myself. Of course, no, you can't. To see the artistry, the beauty of it, you need to develop an eye. You can actually take art history classes and develop this eye. It's very fascinating how it develops. You start off with no eye, but then you develop an eye, you make fine distinctions, you can start to see the beauty and the genius of painting and art. And of course, not just in art, you can do this with sculpture, you can do this with architecture, you can do this with music, you can do this with literature, movies, anything. But I want you to do it with physical reality. Start to see it. The problem is that if you look too logically at the world, if you're always analyzing it and breaking it down like a left-brained autistic person, which many scientists sort of are, then you miss the bigger picture. You miss the artistry. The intelligence is not in the fragmentation, but it's in the whole. It's how all the fragments fit together so perfectly that you see the artistry of it. I want you to start to notice that. I want you to walk down the street and start to notice even the ugly stuff. You see a empty Coke can, some garbage lying on the side of the street, and you might say, oh, look at that, some animal, he threw that down there. How dare he not care for the environment, yada, yada. But think about the infinite intelligence of that Coke can lying there on the sidewalk. Think about the intelligence that went into producing the can. All the economic systems that led to it getting created and purchased, and all the gravity that's holding that can down, and how that can fits into the larger ecosystem, how some human being is going to actually collect that can, like some homeless person's going to walk by, pick up that can to that homeless person's worth 5 cents. For recycling, he's going to take it to a recycling center. He's going to recycle it, get his 5 cents. He's going to use that 5 cents to feed himself that night and not starve. And then that recycled can is going to go to some recycling center. Some other human being invented a recycling center. It's going to recycle this can, use that can, the metal in that can, to produce some recycled aluminum thing, maybe for an airplane or for a car, some aluminum part. And think of how that is like the circle of life at work. So this thing that you think is beautiful, that personally your little ego doesn't like because it's ugly, it's a can. But think about how it all fits fucking together. Where did the can come from? The materials from the can came from the cosmos, from early stars that exploded. Think of the intelligence that had to go into creating those stars so that then they would explode at the right time. All those dust particles of atoms, they would all have to congeal together into some other star. That would have to explode heavier elements from carbon to oxygen to this, to aluminum. Aluminum's a pretty heavy element. That then comes to Earth, all congeals together, billions of years of evolution. Then humankind has to develop machinery and metal forging and aluminum and then construct these cans. Some guy had to come up with a recipe for Coca-Cola, which people love to drink, such that there are billions of people on the whole planet drinking this stuff, such that this guy purchased this can so that he can throw it on the sidewalk. See the intelligence of that. That's not an accident. You guys like to play video games, I assume, because most of you are pretty young. So maybe you can resonate with this. Seeing intelligence in the world at large, in the universe, is like admiring the design of a great video game. You know the games. These games that come out once every couple of years, maybe once every 10 years, once a decade, some brilliant masterpiece game comes out. It's a 10 out of 10. It's perfect. It's so brilliantly designed. It all works so smoothly. It's fun. It's amazing. It's got amazing graphics. Right? You know this. You get that game from the game store. You pop it into your PlayStation or your Xbox or something, and you're playing it. And for that first hour, you're just blown away. It's like, oh wow, because you've played so many games, so you know all the shitty games. But this game is like, it's a work of genius. It's the intelligence. What you're admiring is the intelligence of the art, of the design, of the program, all of it coming together seamlessly, perfectly to make the whole. So as you become a connoisseur of gaming, or of movies, or of writing, or of art, or anything else, you start to think like a game designer, for example. You're walking through this space in this world and you're seeing it for the first time, but as you develop this sort of game designer's eye, you start to see like, oh yeah, look, I know that designer put this thing there. This tree prevents me from turning left when I should have turned right, or vice versa. And then, oh look, they placed that treasure right over there so that I can see it. And they clearly marked it, so it's obvious to me so I don't get confused, I don't get lost. You see how all of it connects in the interface and the graphics and this, and it's all being telegraphed, and somebody invented that. Some team of dozens of designers and hundreds of artists and programmers invented that. That's a little microcosm of how the entire universe works. These people, because I was a game designer for a short while, early in my career, so I'm speaking from experience here, and this is how game designers think. They start to analyze these games, and they see, and they're drawn to this. Why do people become game designers? Actually, it's because being a game designer allows you to play God. That's a huge appeal. You get to create your own universes, think them into existence, and then materialize them. That's a very rewarding process. You're acting like a god, and actually you are. You're participating in God's work. Now you might say, oh Leo, but these are just designers. These are just designers. Of course human beings can invent. No, not of course. Don't take this for granted. What's actually happening is that infinite intelligence is working through these designers, inspiring these artists, designers, programmers to come together, to work really hard. They crunch for hundreds of hours, hundreds of man years. They work on these games to put them all together, test them, make sure it all works perfectly. How are they doing that? Not through their little egos. If it's a great game, it's not done through ego. Egos produce shitty games. The best games are produced by tapping into infinite intelligence. And of course, not just games, all works of art. That's what you are fundamentally as an artist, is you are playing God. That's why it's so rewarding, because you are God playing God. But of course, you don't realize that. Most artists don't. And of course, you're limited as an artist. And that's why it's so difficult, because for artists, those genius artists that can tap into infinite intelligence, they have so much creative potential that they can see and they can envision. These are visionaries. But the challenge is, how do you materialize it? That's the real challenge. For the artist, the ideal would be to be able to not even have to pick up a paintbrush and just think a painting into existence without even clicking a mouse. That's still too indirect. That would be the essence, the epitome, the ultimate level that an artist can aspire to. And of course, that's exactly what God does. That's exactly what absolute infinity can do, because it's infinitely intelligent, but you are not. You're limited. So see, what's happening is that, see, God is a bit of a lazy guy. So what he does is he doesn't create everything himself. He delegates. He delegates a lot of his work to human beings. So God, to experience what it's like to actually play God, what God will do, because God is formless, is it will incarnate itself into a human form. Then that human form will get inspired by what it sees around it. Because see, it's hard for God to get inspired because God knows everything. So you have limited knowledge, you get inspired by stuff, and then you want to imitate. You want to imitate nature, you're inspired by it, and then you go and you dedicate your whole life building these technical skills to do it, and then you become good and you get this satisfaction of creation. But what that's actually happening is that God is using infinite intelligence, channeling it through you such that you are now God's paintbrush. The human body is literally God's paintbrush to create this shit. Whether it's games, music, societies, inventions, engineering, computer programming, or self-actualization videos. That's all this is. This is a puppet. I'm a puppet here. You see, I'm a puppet doing this work. Start to see that. Start to see that the design of a video game is not accidental. And the design of the reality within which the video game is happening is also not accidental. And this does not contradict evolution, because notice, video games are designed, but they also evolve. Notice how video games have evolved over the last 30 years. It's incredible. It's incredible the evolution that video games have undergone. Think about Pong, think about Pac-Man, think about the first Mario World, think about the Nintendo 64, think about the PlayStation 3, the PlayStation 4, think about virtual reality, think about where it's going, think about all the graphics, all the design evolutions, the evolution of the user interfaces, all of that had to evolve. It built upon itself. And it was also designed. Both are happening simultaneously. Not just in video games, everywhere. There is no distinctions and limitations. It's happening everywhere. Evolution is happening everywhere. It's not happening within DNA. It's happening everywhere. Everything is evolving. So in conclusion, I don't want you to just believe me. Yes, it sounds all good and nice and fun and interesting and philosophical, and maybe even I have convinced you of some stuff here, but that's all beside the point. This is not something to believe. This is not something to take on as a dogma. I'm just presenting you with a possibility. The possibility that you can discover some amazing stuff about the nature of reality, which you never imagined was possible to discover. And then you can run with it. If you're a scientist, if you're a mathematician, you can use what I'm talking about. You can leverage it. You can find techniques for tapping into infinite intelligence such that then you can create, you can become a better God, a better mini-God, to create whatever mathematical theorems you want, whatever engineering inventions, all this. You can get such a huge practical competitive advantage over all of your colleagues in your field that these IQ tests and all this nonsense is just going to be ridiculous. While all your colleagues are talking about IQ tests and bitching and moaning about how their IQ isn't high enough, you can develop a connection with infinite intelligence such that you can become the next Einstein, the next Picasso, the next Steven Spielberg or George Lucas or whatever artist you admire, whatever engineer, whatever human being you admire. So what I'm talking about is not just philosophy or interesting abstract metaphysics that you can become conscious of, but it's also very practical. We're talking about the essence, the existential essence of creativity, in case you haven't realized. So, in conclusion, you can become directly conscious of infinite intelligence, and you can also develop ways to tap into it practically more than you've ever imagined possible. And you can have such incredible creative ideas that it'll completely blow your mind. You'll have more creative ideas than you will have the capacity to actualize. How to do that, I'll talk about in future episodes, how to develop a connection with infinite intelligence. But for now, I want you just to focus on becoming conscious of infinite intelligence first. You got to start with that. Then we'll talk about how to cultivate a connection. So first, I want you to start to contemplate what is intelligence. Think about that question. I want you to become very curious and open-minded about it. Drop your dogmas and your scientific models and paradigms, whatever you thought, forget about that, and just be curious. Notice inside yourself, like, yeah, look, I'm thinking and I'm being intelligent myself. How is that happening? It's very mysterious. I can't put my finger on it. So that's where it starts. That's where the questioning starts. Then start to question the materialist paradigm to death, which I've helped you do through many episodes already. Then start to take seriously the possibility that intelligence is fundamental and not just an emergent high-level phenomena. Fundamental, at the very base. Before molecules existed, there was infinite intelligence. Before time and space existed, there was infinite intelligence. Before the Big Bang, there was infinite intelligence. Start to take that possibility seriously. Whatever obstacles you have or judgments against that, drop them. And then, of course, you can use meditation, you can use yoga, but for this one, I highly recommend psychedelics. Do some deep trips. And when you're tripping, before you trip, set the intention. Set the intention and ask the question, what is intelligence? And you could even frame it as you asking the universe, why are you intelligent? Tell me why you're intelligent. And see what comes up. You might be in for a rude awakening. And I really wish that you get to the bottom of it one day so that you can experience the joy and horror that I experienced in stumbling upon infinite intelligence. All right, that's it. I'm done here. This was a long one. Woo. Please click the like button for me. Come check out my website, actualize.org, right there. I've got the blog where I'm posting stuff all the time, the forum, the book list, the life purpose course. Those can help you out. The life purpose course is going to be very important if you want to really connect with infinite intelligence, because, to make an effective connection with infinite intelligence, yes, you have to develop yourself metaphysically and spiritually, but also you need to develop technical skills, and you need to develop a mastery in something. You need to have a sense of direction of what you're going to accomplish in life. And for that, you need a sense of purpose. You need to identify your values. So that's what the course is about. And also, I updated the book list just recently, last week. So go check out all the new books that I've added. I've added about 17 new books, a lot of them about consciousness, metaphysics, epistemology, yoga. I've added some books about yoga. Check them out. The books that I keep adding to my list now are the more advanced, sort of metaphysically type of books. They're deeper than your normal self-help books. I try not to add the kind of self-help books that everybody knows about. I try to find the really interesting, rare type of stuff where ultimately the stuff I want to add to my book list in the future is like, I want to add books like, you read this book and this is the fucking life-changing book. This whole book will change your whole life. If you read it and then you read it again and again and again and you keep following up on it. Now, not all the books on my book list are like that. I have over 200 books there, but a lot of them are. There's at least 50 or 100, I would say, 5-star rated books that I put up there, which are like life-changing. Like, this stuff will completely change all your paradigms and everything you thought was possible in life. So I recommend you go check that out. And stick with me with actualize.org because, hey, we still got a lot of deep topics to talk about. The evolution topic is going to be very interesting. I'm really excited to work on that one, but it's going to take some work to put the information together, to organize it. And then we're going to have other topics like that. We're going to talk about what is language. We're going to talk about what is science. And man, I feel like just now I'm starting to get comfortable enough in my body and my ability to speak that we can really address some of these very, very deep topics in a way that's going to make sense to you, in a way that's going to be fun and relatable. So stick around for all that. I'm super, super excited about this topic. This is one of my favorite topics to think about and to talk about, which is the topic of strange loops and paradoxes, because this gets to the very essence of what reality is. And I love to think about the paradoxes that result when the mind is trying to think about reality. I've actually been wanting to shoot this episode for over 3 years now about Gödel's incompleteness theorem, but it's difficult to organize all this material. It takes a lot of work to organize it in a way that's logical and simple, that can be understood by ordinary people in a non-technical way. And so that's what you're going to get here today. I will explain Gödel's incompleteness theorem at a high level without getting you bogged down into the technicalities and the math and the logic of it, because it's a pretty technical proof. It's dozens of pages long, it's very complicated, and there's no need to go into that, because what we care about here is not the mathematics of the proof, which is sound. And if you want, you can go watch videos specifically about the mathematics of the proof, or you can go actually read the proof itself. There are many versions of it. What we really care about, though, is we care about the metaphysical and epistemic implications of the proof. And a lot of people who are rational and scientifically minded, they don't really comprehend the ramifications. And in fact, many logicians today, and mathematicians today, and scientists today who are working on the cutting edge areas of science and quantum mechanics and cosmology and all this sort of stuff, they still haven't really grasped the consequences, the philosophical consequences of Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Because what it's easy to do is it's easy to say this is just mathematics, this is just logic. There are no consequences which apply to broader domains. There are no philosophical consequences, but actually there are. And so that's what we're going to focus on here today. I really want to give a call out to Douglas Hofstadter, who has influenced my thinking about this a lot. And I already called him out in Reality is a Strange Loop, by which I mean I talked about his books, I talked about the importance of his work and his concept of the strange loop. So I'll be referring to that concept here quite heavily. And I'm not going to go into really explaining that concept much, because I already have an episode called Reality is a Strange Loop, which explains that in great detail. So go check that out. You can consider this as sort of a continuation of that episode. This is like a part 2. We're going to go into a lot more detail that I couldn't go into there. And specifically, I want to talk about Douglas Hofstadter's brilliant book called Gödel, Escher, and Bach, or GEB for short. This is a book that's really popular among nerds. It's a very technical book, but it's also written in a sort of poetic manner, which is quite fun and interesting. It's very thick. It's over 700 pages long. It'll take you a month to go through it. It contains logical proofs and all this sort of heavy stuff, but it also talks about Zen. It talks about Escher, the painter, and the drawings and sketches that he did, and the etchings that he did. It talks about Bach, and it draws all these interesting interconnections between what is the mind, what is logic, what are these strange loops, how does it all interconnect together. So definitely go read that book if you're really interested in what I'm talking about here. Here, I'm just going to give you sort of an overview of the issues that he touches upon. We're going to talk about the limitations of rationality and logic. We're going to talk about the profound interconnections between logic and non-duality. And we're going to get a better understanding of what paradox is and why paradox exists and why paradox is necessary. So let me just refresh your memory about what a strange loop is. A strange loop is this odd sort of hierarchy that goes around in a circle, such that when you move up the hierarchy, eventually you end up precisely where you began. And so the prototypical example of a strange loop would be the Penrose triangle, which interconnects to itself in this sort of impossible seeming way. And it might seem like such a thing can only happen as an illusion inside of a drawing or a video game or something. But actually, what you'll see here, which I hope to convince you of, is that these strange loops actually are very fundamental to the very structure of reality itself. everything right here that you're seeing, this is a strange loop happening to you. Now, you might wonder, of course, Leo, why are you qualified to talk about this topic? Are you a logician? Are you a mathematician? Where's your PhD? Are you an academic? Are you a professor? And if not, then what gives you the right to think that you can understand the philosophical consequences of these proofs? Well, here's the thing. It's very interesting that people who are skeptics, academics, and scientists and rationalists, that they love to criticize religious people when religious people make appeals to authority. So if you ask a religious person, for example, well, why do you believe in your religion and in God and in all this other sort of stuff? The person will say, well, it's because my Bible says so, and the Bible is the Word of God. And you will say, well, how do you know it's the Word of God? Well, because the Bible says it's the Word of God. Or because my priest or my religion tells me, and my priest, he's high up, he's the Pope, up, in the hierarchy, and so he's the authority figure. He knows better than I do. And in fact, maybe he has a connection to God so he can interpret the Bible for me and speak the truth to me, and that's how I know that it's true. That's why I believe it. Now, of course, the rationalist will quite rightly deride the theist, in this case, for making this appeal to authority. Because logically, we know that there's no connection between authority and between truth, that these two things are completely independent. Just because someone has authority and credentials doesn't mean that they really understand what they're talking about. But what's really ironic is that the rationalists and the scientists and the atheists, they make this exact same mistake when it comes to their own positions about science and about mathematics and logic. So see, here you're asking for my qualifications and my PhD and all this in order to listen to what I have to say. But that's the exact same mistake, because what you're assuming there is that if you had someone up here speaking to you who produced this video, for example, or this lecture, who had a PhD from MIT or from Caltech, that because of that, you would assume that he understands what reality is. And because of that, you would assume that he understands all the philosophical, metaphysical, epistemic implications of Gödel's incompleteness theorem. And that's where you would be wrong, because there you are also making appeal to authority. Just because someone has a PhD, just because someone won a Nobel Prize, or is a good scientist or a good mathematician, does not mean that they really understand the philosophical implications of a thing. You see? Because actually, to succeed within academia, that's a social hierarchy that you're climbing, just like a church. And scientifically minded people don't appreciate the significance of this. That you are climbing this hierarchy, and to climb this hierarchy has very little to do with truth. To climb the hierarchy, that's how well you play the game. That's also how good of a technical scientist you are. How good do you do lab work? How good do you write your research papers? So if you're good at doing that, you'll climb the hierarchy and you'll get to the top, and you'll have authority, and you'll have a PhD, maybe multiple PhDs. You'll have all sorts of accreditations and prizes and medals and awards, and your work will get published, and you will be this big name celebrity scientist maybe. But does that really mean that you truly understand the consequences of your work? Because see, there's a big difference between just doing technical work and having some sort of narrow technical scientific result. That's fine, that's good. But then do you understand all the ramifications of that for life at large and for reality as a whole? That's a totally another matter. And actually what you'll find is that the people who are really good technicians as scientists, that actually they're not that good at understanding the full ramifications of their work, because it's precisely by being technicians and being hyper-specialized and hyper-focused that they narrow their focus, that they get so good at that, but then they lose sight of the bigger picture. You see? So what I'm asking you here is not to believe me, but to just think through these ideas for yourself. That's where the truth comes from. It doesn't come from an authority figure. It comes from you sitting down and thinking through this stuff for yourself. And it doesn't come from believing me. And in fact, I don't want you to believe me. And if you're skeptical, that's good, being skeptical is great. I'm the biggest skeptic there ever is. And of course, what I do is I apply that skepticism first and foremost to my own theories and to myself. And that's something you don't really see in the videos. That's something that happens deep inside of me. That's something you should also be doing deep inside yourself, thinking through all this for yourself. And then you see, does it really make sense? And if you follow that sort of methodology, then what you'll discover is that a lot of people who you might think otherwise are these authority figures that actually they're full of shit and they don't really understand the bigger picture. So that's the qualifications situation. Now, in a sense, this episode is going to mirror the episode about quantum mechanics that I did. In that episode, I talked about how there's this sort of myth of science that goes around in our culture, where how people in mainstream culture think of science and what science is and how science works is a very simplified, idealized version of how science really works, and that in fact science is much more messy, more complicated than people think. Well, likewise with logic and reason. There is the actual doing of logic and reason, the hardcore proofs, the stuff that you can study in graduate school, which is very, very different than what most people in mainstream culture, including many atheists and scientifically minded people, think logic and reason are. Because in our mainstream culture, we have this myth of logic and reason as being the pinnacle of discovering truth. It's the one true way that you know that something is true is because it's logical and it's reasonable. And that logic and reason are somehow the antithesis of faith and belief. And that if you have faith or belief in something, that means it's false. Whereas if you have a logical proof and you have reasons and you're rational, that means that you're on the side of truth. And so what I've discovered that rationalists, materialists, atheists, skeptics, scientists, doctors, and professors, they fall into this particular trap, which is the dogmas of reason. It turns out that rationality itself comes with dogmas, just like religion. And I've identified half a dozen or so of these dogmas. These I call the core dogmas of rationality. Number one, the first dogma is that reason is sufficient to understand the world. That is something that rationalists just believe and take on faith. They don't prove to themselves that the whole world is subject to their reason and that reason will be sufficient to understand the whole world. That's not proved in any empirical way. That's just assumed. That's why it's a dogma. Number two, it's assumed that contradiction or paradox means that you've made an error. Again, that's also not something that's actually proven empirically. That's something that's just assumed implicitly and never really questioned, which is why it's a dogma. Number three, it's assumed that the laws of nature are reasonable. Again, you didn't go out and actually investigate every single law of nature empirically and then concluded, yes, they're all reasonable. That would actually be a scientific method. Instead, what you did is you just assumed that, well, all the laws of nature must be reasonable. You just assume that without actually testing your hypothesis. So that's a dogma. Because, you might go out there and you might encounter a law which turns out to be unreasonable. What do you do then? Are you going to admit that all the laws of nature aren't reasonable at that point? Or are you going to stick to your guns and keep insisting that no, everything is reasonable? See? These things can't be taken for granted. You have to actually test all of your dogmas, all of your assumptions, which even rational people forget to do. A fourth dogma is that logical proof is the highest standard. It's just sort of implicitly assumed by people that if you really want an airtight argument, or you want the truth, then there's going to be a logical proof which proves it to you. And if you have this logical proof, then anything else is below that. And that's the standard that we should aspire to. And that if you can't meet that standard, then you really don't have anything solid. You're just speculating, you're just doing philosophy, or it's just some religious mumbo jumbo, or it's just some new age wishful thinking, if you can't logically prove it. Number 5 is that logicality is equal to deep understanding of a topic. Dogma number 6 is that rationality is self-consistent, which of course it actually turns out not to be, which is where Gödel's incompleteness theorem comes in, and we'll get into all those dirty details in a few minutes. Dogma number 7, if a thing is irrational, then it must be false. Dogma number 8 is that science and math is rational, whereas religion is irrational. And therefore one is true and one is false. This is just assumed. It's never tested. It's never put to the test. No rational person actually goes and bothers to study and seriously practice every single religion in the world to test whether they're actually true. No one does that, you see. It's very interesting how this works. You prejudge the situation. You say, oh, well, they can't possibly be true because they sound too crazy. It's all stupid nonsense. Can't possibly be true. But that's just assumed. You have to go test your assumptions. That's the essence of science. Dogma number 9 is that metaphysics is speculative nonsense. And a corollary to that, dogma number 10, is that science and math doesn't need metaphysics. You can just do science and math metaphysics free, because metaphysics takes us into the field of philosophy. And you know, philosophy, we know how philosophy works. You can just sit around on your armchair and do philosophy all day long, but how do you really know if philosophy is true? And we know that people throughout history have had all sorts of crazy philosophies, but none of that stuff really affects science and math. Math and science are hard-nosed activities, whereas metaphysics and philosophy, well, that's very speculative, and it's psychological, and it's prone to errors, and you know, you can't really make a logical proof for some metaphysical idea. Whereas in math and science, you can. You can prove things definitively. So that also turns out to actually be a dogma. Because actually, you cannot do science or math without metaphysics. And you can discover that if you just question your assumptions. The problem with all these assumptions is that they're made unconsciously. You make them, but you don't know that you've made them. And it actually takes a lot of work and thinking and contemplating and experiencing the world from different perspectives to start to see and suss out your assumptions. And of course, if you're part of a university or academic setting, if you're like doing a graduate program, or even you're an undergrad, whatever, you know, your professors, they don't call out these assumptions because these assumptions constitute the paradigm or the culture that you're working in. This is all just part of the package when you go and you sign up for university. They don't question this stuff, even though you would think that as a university, you know, what should be the highest ideal and aspiration of a university? It should be open-minded, free thought, and the questioning of everything. Well, it turns out that actually there are specific things which the university system doesn't question, which is precisely those assumptions on which the university system is founded. And why doesn't it question these things? Well, of course, precisely because if it did, it would undermine itself. It would expose its own internal contradiction. And of course, we wouldn't want that, would we? So we're going to dig into this in a lot of detail here, but let's start with some history to really lay the historical backdrop for Gödel's incredible discoveries, because it's hard to really appreciate that unless you put it into the historical context. So let's rewind about 100 years ago into the era where logical positivism was the fad and the rage in all of Western intellectual tradition. Logical positivism is this sort of movement that happened within philosophy, within science, and within mathematics, which was an attempt to get rid of metaphysics and philosophy from science and from mathematics. So there were key leading figures in this movement like Carnap, Schlick, Neurath, Wittgenstein, Russell, Whitehead, and David Hilbert, and many, many other scientists and philosophers and academics signed on board to this logical positivism. And their idea was that we need to make science more hard-nosed, make it really objective, make it completely indisputable. And if we do that, then we're going to complete the entire enterprise of science and of mathematics and of logic. We're going to formalize everything. We're going to eliminate every single shred of subjectivity, intuition, and psychology and philosophy from science and from math. That was their great idea. And that's what they tried to do. So these guys were serious scientists and philosophers, and some of them were serious logicians and mathematicians. And they worked really hard to succeed in this logical positivist agenda. So their aim was basically to boil all of truth down to expressions of language. What they believed was that all genuine knowledge, if we ask ourselves, what is knowledge? All genuine knowledge is really just about taking nature and expressing it in a single common language to all the sciences. So that science basically boils down to statements of fact about the world. And that's how most people think about science. If you take a guy off the street and you ask him, what's science? He'll say, well, it's just a collection of true statements about the world. You can ask, for example, is snow white? And the answer is either yes or no. Snow is white, or no, snow is not white. Is snow black? You would say false. And so that would be a scientific statement. And so what the logical positivists wanted to do is they just wanted to boil science down to this kind of very kind of like simple, cut and dry atomic process where you can just boil and reduce everything down, all the complexity down to these little atomic parts. And for them, the idea was that all of science, basically, it's done with language, so everything can be broken down into little propositions within language. And language itself can be sort of simplified and boiled down from complicated language. And in fact, you can take all of natural languages, English, and all the statements that we make within English or any natural language, and you can boil that down, you can formalize it down into logical statements. So logic is a sort of language. And so you can take some wishy-washy sentence in English and you can boil it down to a logical statement. And so in theory, it should be possible to do that with every piece of knowledge we have until we know exactly what language is saying. And so what they thought that a lot of the confusion that happened in philosophy for the last 2,000 years was people abusing language, misusing language, talking about terms which they didn't clearly define, they didn't really understand what they were talking about. And so people and different philosophers and theorists, when they talked about an atom or an object or God, or they talked about the self, or they talked about mind or body, all these concepts, they didn't really know what they were talking about because these are very kind of fuzzy, abstract terms. What we got to do is we got to define our terms very carefully, the way that a logician would, and then we can make a real simple sense out of all of reality. And they believed that this was possible to do with mathematics as well. They wanted to boil mathematics down to logic. This particular enterprise was called logicism. It was the idea that logic, that mathematics itself, why is mathematics true, for example? How do you know that 1 + 1 = 2? What is the truth of that relying upon? How do you justify mathematics? What they thought is that you can boil it down to logic. Mathematical truths are really just logical truths. And so they went on this enterprise to try to boil mathematical truths down to logic. And they basically thought that all of this can be formalized into a system of equations. And if they succeeded in doing that, then their idea was that, well, we don't need metaphysics anymore. We don't need philosophy. We don't need speculation. All of that is just meaningless, fuzzy talk when we've got our equations. Our equations explain everything. And then math and science really become the only valid kind of knowledge, and everything else is just fuzzy, delusional, or some sort of wishful thinking, new age type of stuff. And so the logical positivists were really adamant about verifiability, which means that if you're going to make a claim about the world and you think that it's true, that means your claim must be tested and it must be testable. So if you make a claim about the world which cannot be tested under any circumstances, that means that really you're not making any legitimate claim about the world at all. What you're doing is you're just engaging in metaphysics and just speculation. And there was a lot of that happened in philosophy for hundreds of years. So in a sense, you can understand where they were coming from. They were sick and tired of people making these sort of arguments. Like you could say, well, what makes the moon orbit around the Earth? And people say, well, it might be gravity. And then some religious person might say, well, it's not gravity, it's angels. There are invisible angels which help keep the moon in place. But then a scientific person would say, well, but angels, what is this concept of an angel holding the moon in place? How do we make sense of this? Can we test this? And of course, you try to test it and you realize, well, you can't test it. And you can ask the religious person, well, can we see these angels? And he'll say, no, angels are invisible. And then he'll say, well, can we feel them? Do they register on our instruments? And the religious person will keep saying, no, you can't measure them at all. So to the logical positivists, this started to smell like bullshit, because now they want to say, well, if you can't actually verify a statement about the world, that means you're just speculating. You see, you're just playing mind games. So they were big on verifiability. They were very big on pragmatism. They don't want just speculative theories and ideas. What they want is a pragmatic statement about the world which can be tested. And you can do something with it. And all the other speculation of theory, that's not important. That doesn't belong within the domain of science. And that really what science is science is not metaphysics. Science doesn't really tell you what the world is. Science simply tells you the equations governing nature, and those equations are all that there really is. That's sort of what pragmatism means. It's all about how do we manipulate nature. And beyond that, there's nothing more to say. They were also into reductionism. They believed that all things can be reduced down to their atomic fragments. So you might ask them, what is color? What is consciousness? What is love? What are emotions? What is an animal? And they will say, well, there are no such things. All of it just boils down to atoms. There's no such thing as a dog. It's just atoms. There's no such thing as love and emotions and consciousness. They're just atoms. And of course, logical positivism worked really well with atheism and materialism. So materialism, atheism, and this logical positivism all sort of came together. And this sort of created a sort of paradigm in which science was done back in the early 1900s. This really started to flower in the early 1900s and lasted for about 20 or 30 years in the 1930s or so, until ultimately logical positivism got debunked by Gödel and a few other theorists. So there was a particular man who started off this enterprise of logicism called Gottlieb Frege. He was a brilliant logician, and he devoted his entire life to this enterprise of logicism. And he worked with set theory, and he was trying to use set theory to basically create a foundation, a logical foundation for all of mathematics. He wanted to find a a small handful of axioms which he could use to create the foundation for all arithmetic. So for Frege, he was asking a very basic sort of philosophical question about math, and specifically about arithmetic, which is like the most basic form of math, the stuff they teach you in first grade. He wanted to know, and he wanted to completely rigorously prove that all arithmetical truths are true, and that this should be proven and not just intuited, but rigorously proven. And his whole agenda was to get rid of intuition from within mathematics. He thought that intuition was like a fudge factor within mathematics, which introduced this sort of fuzzy human element into what should otherwise be a very hard-nosed, rigid system. It should be cold and heartless, not intuitive. So he went about dedicating his whole life to this process. He came up with all his axioms, he did all these proofs, and finally he figured it out, how to do this. And he wrote his book, and he's just about to publish the book. The book is actually in the printing presses, it's being printed. And he thinks he's found the logical foundation for all of arithmetic, until his hopes are shattered by a discovery from a fellow logician, Bertrand Russell, famous mathematician logician, who discovered and showed to Frege that there's a paradox at the very heart of his entire scheme. And this was called Russell's paradox. And so Frege was working with set theory. And I'm not going to get into all the weeds there that we can get into about set theory, but set theory is just, in a very simplistic explanation, all it is it's just you're grouping objects into sets. So if you have one object, that's one set. You can have two objects, that's a second set, and you just have sets. And so basically mathematics boils down to sort of manipulating these sets and seeing the interrelationships between all these different sets. But it's not quite so simple, because there's something deeply paradoxical at the very heart of this entire enterprise of trying to boil down reality to simple equations. And that is Russell's paradox. Russell's paradox is stated as such. Russell basically said, what if we find a set within set theory that is the set of all possible sets, not containing itself? And what this leads to is a sort of strange loop or a sort of contradiction where set theory contradicts itself. Because if you find the set of all possible sets that doesn't contain itself, on the one hand, it would seem like you could find such a set, but if you did, then that set would negate itself. And if you couldn't find a set, then that set must exist. So it's a sort of odd paradox that happens where at the same time it must exist, but it can't exist. And if it can't exist, then it must exist. And this brought Frege's entire program to a halt. And he got very depressed about this, Frege did, but to his credit, he was honest about it. He admitted that yes, it actually is not possible to boil down arithmetic to logic and to these simple set of axioms because of these inherent contradictions which exist. In addition to Frege, there was a man by the name of David Hilbert, who was also a logician and mathematician, who embarked on what's called Hilbert's program. And Hilbert's program was very similar to Frege's. He was trying to ground all existing theories into a finite, complete set of axioms. And so he was working on this problem at the same time. And Hilbert's program was derailed by Georg Cantor. And Georg Cantor is the guy who made some groundbreaking discoveries about transfinite numbers. He discovered that there are different orders of infinity within logic and within mathematics, and in fact that there are an infinite number of sizes of infinity. And he also discovered the absolute infinite set, which is sort of like the set of all possible infinite degrees of infinity. That's the absolute. And he called that God. He was a religious man. I talk about Georg Cantor in more detail in my episode, Absolute Infinity Part 2. Understanding Absolute Infinity Part 2. So I talk about his backstory. It's very fascinating. So if you want to learn more about him, go check that out. I won't be covering it in any more depth here. Now I want to talk now about Kurt Gödel, because Kurt Gödel and also a guy by the name of Alfred Tarski, both of them logicians, they made a couple of critical contributions which completely derailed all of these efforts at logicism and ultimately at logical positivism. And so this is what we are, what is the heart of this conversation that we're having here. So what is it that Kurt Gödel and Alfred Tarski proved? They came up with a couple of theories. Gödel came up with two incompleteness theories. Tarski came up with one undecidability theorem. They're quite technical. They're dozens of pages long. I'm not going to actually go into the full details of that here. But let me give you a high-level explanation of Gödel's incompleteness theorem. So basically, what Gödel was able to accomplish is he was able to take a logical system and he was able to say, okay, so here are our axioms in this system. In theory, we should be able to take these axioms and we should be able to use them to make any kind of proof of anything that's true within the system of, for example, arithmetic. So if we try to do that, there's a special case scenario, like what Bertrand Russell discovered, is that we can actually use these axioms in a sort of tricky manner to actually create a statement within the entire logical scheme which will contradict itself due to self-reference. And so what Gödel was able to prove is that if a system is sufficiently complex enough that it's able to reflect on itself or otherwise speak about itself. For example, in the English language is rich enough of a language that I can speak about myself using the English language. So in a sense, what I'm doing is I'm going meta. I'm speaking about the fact that I'm speaking. It's the sort of self-consciousness that's happening here. This is otherwise known as self-reflection or as self-reference. I can speak and reference myself speaking. Well, if a language like logic or English or some other system is able to do that, speak about itself, what it can do is it can create a paradox or a contradiction. Because what I can say is I can say the following thing. And this is ultimately what Gödel's incompleteness theorem boils down to. Let's make an analogy between logic and English. So you can do the same thing in logic that you can do in English. In English, what I can do is I can say the following statement. Everything I say is a lie. Now notice what that means. That's a paradox. Because if everything I'm saying is a lie, that means what I'm saying, that statement, everything I say is a lie, it's a lie. So if it's a lie, that means that statement is true. But everything I say is a lie, that means how can it be true? That's a contradiction. On the other hand, if I am speaking the truth all the time, if everything I say is true, then how can I say the statement, everything I say is a lie? That is also a contradiction. So it's a contradiction from both sides. It's a contradiction no matter which way you slice it. So what Gödel was able to show is that you can do that within logic itself as well, not just English. At least if your logic is complicated enough that it admits of self-reference. So what does self-reference mean in logic? It doesn't mean that logic is referencing the self as an ego or as an I or as a consciousness. No, it just means that logic is able to reference itself. So that means your logical scheme or system has to be able to speak about its own sentences. If the logic can reference itself as a logic, then what Gödel proved is that you can create statements within that logic which are true, but which cannot be proved using that logic. And so in essence, what he proved is that truth is larger than provability. And this is always true. This is a pretty remarkable result. And Gödel had to go through some ingenious mental maneuvers to figure out how to actually do this with arithmetic. So what he was able to do is he was able to come up with this idea called Gödel numbering, where he was able to encode self-reference within arithmetic such that arithmetic could reference itself and start to speak about itself. And therefore, he could show that because arithmetic can speak about itself, that it must ultimately contain more truth in it than can be boiled down to simple logical axioms. And that was a pretty amazing result. Which means that you cannot boil down arithmetic to a simple algorithm. That is something that Frege and David Hilbert were trying to do. Their idea was that arithmetic and all mathematical truths, it should be possible to come up with a certain algorithm that can just run through every logical possibility and come up with all the true statements of arithmetic. And if we program a computer, for example, with this algorithm, the computer can go through and can calculate every single possible mathematical truth that there exists. And therefore, we have solved the problem of mathematics forever. And what Gödel proved is that actually you can't do that. Mathematics is infinite beyond the possibility of any algorithm to figure it out. And that therefore, intuition is a necessary component of all mathematical discovery. And in fact, what Gödel proved is that mathematics is, technically it's called uncomputable, which means that if you had a computer that had infinite resources, infinite processing power, and could run for an infinite number of time, for trillions of years, it would still never be able to discover all the truths that are contained within mathematics. Think about that. That's deep. That's deep. I'm not just saying that your ordinary home computer couldn't do this, or some supercomputer. I'm saying, imagine a computer with infinite resources, and it still could not figure out mathematics. That's how big mathematical truth is. You can't capture it with language. You can't encapsulate it in any kind of formal system with simple axioms and rules. So another way to think about what Gödel discovered or proved is that if the entire domain of truth is a circle like this, then what you can prove is a smaller subset of that circle, and they are never the same. You can never prove all that there is that's true. The truth always exceeds what's provable, if self-reference is possible. So, another way to say it is that he proved that if a system is complete, it cannot be consistent. And he also proved that the consistency of axioms cannot be proved inside of the system. You always need to have a meta language to go outside to be able to reflect upon the system that you're using if you want to talk about truth. And this goes to the very core of the dogma that many rationalists have, which is they assume that if something is true, it must be provable. But that's not the case. And in fact, what Gödel was able to demonstrate and to prove was that in any logical system which is capable of self-reference, you can create a statement as follows: this statement is unprovable. And that will break the entire scheme. This is called the Gödel statement. This is sort of the wrench in the works. This is also Russell's paradox, is a Gödel statement. So that's sort of like the strict explanation of what the proof is. Then there are the philosophical and epistemological and metaphysical consequences of this, which we will talk about. But what I want to do here is I want to read to you a little bit of from Wikipedia about both the discoveries of Gödel and about not David Hilbert, but Alfred Tarski. That really precisely explains what they proved. Because it can be a little bit difficult to sort of explain this in words. It's good to have a nice, rigorous explanation of it. So we're going to go to Wikipedia here. So here's what it says. Gödel's incompleteness theorems, published in 1931, showed that Hilbert's program was unattainable for key areas of mathematics. In his first theorem, Gödel showed that any consistent system with a computable set of axioms is capable of expressing arithmetic can never be complete. It is possible to construct a statement that can be shown to be true, but that cannot be derived from the formal rules of the system. So, what this means is that you cannot have a complete formalization of mathematics, and really you cannot have a complete formalization of anything. Because if we're talking about the truth is always going to be bigger than